Yeah, a little chilly.
The heat's on
To be
for once
expected.
and
Nice to see you live, Diane,
Go sit over the heater.
in person.
before it turns to AC.
Yes,
Yeah.
I thought so.
Is there anyone on Zoom?
Not as far as commissioners go.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Wow, that's kind of nice, because then we can do a voice vote. Hi, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission, meeting of Tuesday, February 21st. It is 4:02, and present at today's meeting at the moment are Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, myself, Ray Pohl, Stephen Welch, Carrie Thornwell, and Connie Patton. We expecting Abby, by the way? Anybody know?
I don't know.
Well-
She didn't say she wasn't coming.
Yeah, so we'll see.
She sometimes
Oh.
says just a little late.
So that might get updated in a little while. For those of you in the room, just a couple of things. I'm sure you've heard this before. Mute your cell phones if you will. And if you plan on recording any portion of tonight's festivities, let us know in advance. Thank you. And I guess the next thing that we can take care of is approving today's agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. So Diane has moved to approve today's agenda. Because Abby's out at the moment, I'm going to do tag team between Connie and Carrie. So let's have Carrie sit on this. All those in favor of Diane's motion to approve today's agenda, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? There we go. It's approved. So let us move now to public comment. Is there either in the room or on Zoom public comment at this time? In the room, it would appear there is none. Is that correct? And how about on Zoom? Anything? Okay, so we're going to move along to commissioner comments if there are any. Of course.
It's not a comment necessarily. It's tomorrow night. The select board is listening to our denial of the pool. It's in Nantucket. And I didn't know who was going to go down and defend us.
Mr. Chairman, if I may interject.
Yeah.
I actually emailed Erica Mooney on behalf of 9 Main Ave. We just received paperwork on it last week. So it's going to come before you within the next few weeks for old business review.
Oh,
Yes, it's still an open application.
oh,
So,
we didn't deny it.
no, it's still.
you know, I remember because
The
Arthur
only-
Reed, I said, you have a choice of doing
Correct.
this or that. And he said, I'd rather just move
So
for,
it just got pushed to, at first it got pushed to December, but they had never submitted anything till finally they submitted something in January. Then it got pushed to February, just kind of as a placeholder
okay.
with the select board. So-
Why'd they say it on the post
Uh,
today?
Misinformation on their part.
God.
Okay, but so it'll be coming back to us. Oh, let the
Correct.
record reflect that our friend Jesse Dutra has joined our ranks.
Mr. Chair, I just
Yeah,
wanted to emphasize a little bit further on that, just
Yeah.
that it's being held open until the applicant basically makes you all satisfied. That was on request of R3. Because remember, it was denied due to lack of information and providing anything to
Oh,
the
so we
commission.
actually did go forward with
You
the
did go
denial?
for a denial and then they
Oh,
in turn
okay.
did the appeal. So the appeal is basically being held at.
I
the
hear you.
board.
Got it.
So it's not on tomorrow night.
It shouldn't be discussed, no, because we literally just like 4 o'clock on Friday received additional information that you all requested.
At the 5:30 tomorrow night.
It's a placeholder. It'll be pushed, right, it'll be pushed further back. And that was
Well,
a request by the
I thought
applicant's
just somebody
attorney.
should turn up if that was sort of a casual announcement of us. So that's good.
Okay. Was that it, Diane?
Yeah, I just got it. And I didn't know what was doing about it, that's all.
Okay. So there's your answer. So I'm just getting my little thingy up here. So we're February 21st. Agenda items, good. All right. So moving right along, we're going to do some signs. By the way, we now have a 3-person rotation. And so let's see, Connie, can you sit in on the signs? All of them, and let's see what the status of the 4 are.
So, Mr. Chair, Billy
Oh.
Satt, Land Use Specialist.
Yes, thank you, Billy.
We're going to hold items 1, 2, and 3 for revisions. That was the recommendation.
Very good. Okay, let's move that if someone would.
1, 2, and 3 have signed. being
Okay.
held For revision.
Okay, 1, 2, and 3 are being held for revisions. That is Diane's motion. All those in favor of Diane's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, very good. Billy, how about number 4?
Number 4, 54 Main Street. The sign advisory council voted to hold for revisions at the 2/7 meeting, but the applicant requested to bring it before the full board tonight. So I think they're on. Maybe.
They're on elsewhere on the agenda or?
No, I
On
think they might
Zoom.
be on Zoom to represent themselves.
Oh, as a rep. Okay. All right. So let's see, folks, pull out, if you're on your tablets, we want to pull out.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I omitted to
Yeah,
add that.
probably. It's not on there. So we'll just have to tune in on the screen, I guess. Who is representing this? If so, and whoever it is, please on Ann Doherty. Are you repping? If so, can you unmute?
I don't see.
No. Okay.
Motion to
Motion to
hold
hold.
sign.
Yeah, for representation. So that's the same board that would include Connie. That's Stephen's motion to hold for representation on 54 Main. All those in favor of Stephen's motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Thank you. Consents. Let's see. I see Carrie would need to recuse if she's on. Here comes Abby Camp. She has joined our ranks. So we now have the full, we actually have all of our board members. This is just great. This is really, all of our board members live, by the way. So I believe, looking over the consent agenda that, hello, Abby. There you are. That none of the regular members needs to recuse on this, so it would be the regular board.
I have one.
Yeah, you have one question?
I'd like to pull one, just so you know.
Okay, well,
Ray?
tell me.
Excuse me, Ray.
Oh, yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Can I have a couple of them looked at separately?
Tell us what you got.
9 twin. And the reason I'm calling that one.
Can you give me the number that it's on? Just,
Yep, it's,
oh, it's number 7.
sorry. Yep.
Okay.
My understanding was that was approved a couple of weeks ago with some
Mr.
staff
Chairman.
changes.
Sorry, 9 Twin Ave, that was my mistake. It's a duplicate entry. So that one was already approved through staff, I believe 2 weeks ago. So that should be omitted from this agenda.
So does that satisfy
Perfect. Yep.
that question? Okay.
And one more, it's number 15 at 2 Howard Court. And the reason I'm calling that one is just because it's on the front of the building. It's sort of an awkward shed addition on the front of this building.
Okay. Fair enough.
Thank you.
And then I think Stephen might want to pull something. Is that correct, Stephen?
Number 3, 86 Main.
86 Main. Okay, so why don't we, to expedite things, we will approve the ones that have not been called.
So moved.
Okay, so just for the record, what is being called are items 3 and 15, which will be discussed momentarily. Number 7 has been stricken from the list because it has already been approved, but the rest of them, Stephen has made a motion to approve those consent items. And on Stephen's motion, all those in favor, regular board, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, so now why don't we take up number 3 first, 86 Main. And again, when it comes to consent things, I like to, if it feels like it's going to be controversial, I want to hold it for representation, just so that we're not making any judgments without it being properly represented.
Mr. Chair.
Let's see, Stephen, you pulled number 3, correct?
Yeah.
And can
And
you?
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay. Well, that's convenient. Thank you, Tori.
Yeah.
All right. So 86 Main. And Stephen, you want to start? Just
Yeah,
to tell us
sure.
what the
I- it-
concern might
It's
be?
just real brief. I'd like to get a color swatch of Gardner Green. Because I don't
Oh,
see
okay.
it online at either Benjamin Moore or
It's off of the Historic District Commission
Yeah.
pamphlet.
Okay.
okay, so then the next question becomes, I'm a little confused, if I may, through Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
The image of the structure shows the sash are already a dark green. And the
Yep.
shutters are also. But the application indicates they're white. So I'm just confused on what's being applied for,
Hmm.
what's
The
being stated
application
as
says the
existing.
sash is white?
Pardon me?
Are you saying the application is saying the sash is white?
I don't
She
understand.
said, does the application indicate that the sash is white?
I believe it does.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I believe this is to satisfy an HTC inspection that Billy Sod did, hence why we have the application. So this should be an as-built.
Oh, okay. So it was supposed to be green
Yes.
and it was
To
painted
my
white.
recollection, but I cannot be
Tori, is that
100% sure.
Is that the way it went down?
Billy might be able to verify that more clear. I just wanted to answer
Yeah.
Stephen's first
Billy's not
question.
here and I'm not sure that matters. So
Oh,
the
okay.
story is
So-
that,
I just wanted to reiterate on the application that it says window sash color from white to Gardner Green. And
Okay,
it is because of a HDC inspection. I do not have a copy of that inspection included. I apologize. And Esme might know more if Billy's not there.
well, I'm not sure we need to go down that road.
Okay.
Stephen's questions were twofold. One was, what is Gardner Green, and has that concern question been satisfied?
yeah, the second one hasn't.
Okay, so
I-
the second one is the fact that it's painted white and it's supposed to go to green, but
Look-
it was approved as green?
It says white existing
Correct.
and it's actually green. And now it's saying,
Oh.
so I'm a little confused. It appears this
Where
has
did-
already been
oh,
painted
okay.
and this is a Gardner Green versus a white, so it was done. So this is an as-built.
Mr.
Got
Chairman,
it.
I just found the inspection.
I'm looking at that right now. Okay. Sash is wrong color, listed as, what does that say? White on approval. So on the original HGC approval, it was approved, listed as white and white, sash and trim. In essence, it was painted with the Gardner Green as the sash and the white trim. So.
Okay, I think we all
remedy-
understand that now,
Okay.
Tori, thank you.
I don't
Yeah.
have those pictures.
So given it's 85 Main, I'd like to have this heard.
86.
Is it 86? What she?
It's
86, sorry, 86.
Well,
Yeah.
we are hearing it at the moment, are we?
No, I mean, well, I had two questions. They've been
Okay.
answered
All
and
right.
now I'm just responding to be clear.
Okay. So Tori, just FYI, we are officially opening this up for discussion, all right?
Yeah, no problem, of course.
I mean, we're kind of there already, but so just, yes. So comments from the board.
I'd like to see the pictures
Oh. Of the
of the
building?
of the house too, yeah.
Oh, do we have pictures of the house?
No, because I only submitted an application for the.
Is that the house in the background there?
The house is in there. I've looked at it online.
Oh, okay.
It's this information.
Let's see.
So this is from the inspection, maybe.
What's from the inspection? There should be another link in there. And a question to you, Mr. Chair. Do we have the application on the shutters? Were those omitted as a catch on perhaps on the inspection due to the fact that maybe they weren't asked to be a certain color, but now they're Gardner green. So I'd like to ask that we hold this, we get a copy of the original approved application, COA, and review it.
Okay.
Is it
Fair
possible to do it through staff or no, Stephen?
Well, I think we need to know what the facts are on
Yeah.
this, so we can make a determination on what to do.
Which
Okay.
would include the color of the main house, right?
And yeah,
I mean, we just saw
So-
pictures of the main house, did we not?
yeah, the shutter, I'd like to
Wasn't
know,
online though.
I'd like to know what the original. It's in, there's another link, if I may, through you, Mr. Chair. Bill, there's another link for 86 Main. It has to do with the inspection results.
Okay. So to simplify this, Stephen has made a motion to have this reviewed with more thorough information about what was applied for previously and what was approved previously. All those in favor of Stephen's motion say aye. Aye.
Aye.
We got everybody on that. It's a regular board.
I
Good.
I forgot to say aye.
Okay, no, it's fine.
And specifically, I'm looking for the original COA.
Very
No
good.
problem.
Thank you. All right, so that's that. Now we're going to move along to 2 Howard Court, and I believe, Mickey, you had some comments on what was being proposed.
Yeah, you may all be fine with this, but we looked at that on HSAG and it just seemed it's sort of an awkward shed addition on the front of a building facing Howard Court. And just thought that you might want to
Okay,
all of you take a look.
and that's Brook. So if we start getting nettlesome, we're gonna wait for Brook.
Right.
Again, regular board on this.
I was the one that okayed it. so.
So
I-
can I infer that you are still okay?
Well,
with it?
you know what, I made a mistake. I thought that the east elevation was the side
It's the Howard, it's
and,
facing.
and it's
Howard
facing
Court.
right on the court. So I'm not. That's my mistake.
All right.
But if it were to turn the other way, I don't know what that would look like. We probably have to look at that on a drawing. to see if
Okay,
they-
so.
Motion for representation.
Yeah, we're gonna hold this one for representation. So all those in favor of Stephen's motion to hold 2 Howard Court for representation, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, so thank you, Mickey, on that. Okay, so that's consents. Now we have consent with conditions. I'm gonna pass this one over to Stephen because I have one on there.
Can we get a motion to approve
Cool.
consent with conditions?
Might want to
Wait,
identify your,
just have
your,
consent.
Regular members.
oh, that's right. you
Oh,
only need-
oh, with an
you only
alternate.
need
Yeah, no,
4.
that's fine. Who's up? Jesse?
I guess I am.
And Jesse. Thank you. Motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Can we get a couple of ayes? before I say-
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was
And-
not official, by the way. That was just a.
I gotcha.
Enthusiastic.
Any opposed?
Non-voting member.
I like it.
Yeah.
Any opposed?
Could be a long
Okay.
night. Need to have that.
Carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Now we're on to views. Ms. Oliver will be representing 5A Sun Island. Research. Hey, so, as always with the views, I believe that you have established.
Mr.
boards,
Chairman,
do we
yes, you
not?
do have an established board. I do apologize.
No need. All I need to know, or all
Taking
we need
minutes
to know
and
is
trying to
who's
keep
on it.
track of all the board members has been a lot of work. So I do have Pole, Camp, Coombs, Thornwell, and Patton as your established board for the next 2 applications.
Coombs, Pole, Camp, Coombs, not Oliver, obviously. Who am I missing?
Thornwell.
Pole, oh, and Patton. Okay, got it. All right. Val,
I
provided. a
Oh, yeah.
Supplemental, that was a view, and for those
Excuse
that
me.
couldn't view, I put together a supplement of the area for you to see context, and that this is not out of character. This is Jim Connolly, who's the manager of Sun Island Trust. So
Okay. For those of you that had any concerns about the proposal and were able to view, I would like to hear from you folks.
I did.
Yes.
And I did drive down there to remind myself. This is for 3 different long stretches of building.
well, I actually put in 2 and I still have to put the 3rd one in, but
Okay,
yes, I
because-
mentioned that, yeah.
My thought was the first one closest to Nobody Farm Road should stay shingle. Because there are residential buildings
That's the little.
leading
studio.
up to that one.
Yeah.
And then the other 2, you're getting more into Yates old gas building
Mhm.
and Toscana, and I thought those ones could go to
And
metal.
what's on the screen is not the supplement. In case anybody needs to look at it.
Did you say is not the supplement?
No, it's.
Okay.
I just think it's a big, long wall of metal if you don't have some shingle, and that first one is closer to Nobody Farm. Most people don't drive.
You're
the other
talking
way.
about that really thin building.
Yeah, it's an odd little thing. I don't even know what it
Yeah.
is.
It's a storage unit.
Yeah, it's part of the self-storage.
Mhm.
Okay. So Carrie, of the 3 buildings, you would say that the 2 to
Further
the,
along.
yeah,
Hinsdale.
are acceptable
Yeah.
as submitted,
Mhm.
although one of those apparently is not submitted yet. Is that correct?
Yeah, the one that she's talking about, so.
Oh, the one that she's talking about keeping shingled is not submitted yet?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Good to know. All right. So that was Carrie. Let's see, Abby, comments?
Uh,
I think that's a good compromise,
Mhm.
making the shingles on the road, on the building that's not
Mhm.
before us, but, and then have the other ones go to the tubular metal.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Let's see. How about you, Diane?
I think the one on the road should be shingled. I couldn't get out there, obviously, but at this time, but I know that from before. I don't know that you could see the other ones once that's in, and you going to do any vegetation around that?
There's no space.
It's
Hi.
right on the road, and I'll give you a hard
Yes.
copy if you didn't see it. The buildings in the area.
The so if you do vegetation in that front one, which will be the longest one and stuff, I think that'll be good. And I don't think you'll see the rest of the buildings as they go around. And there are buildings out there that already are
Hmm.
steel.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to say. I think that the long one needs to be done, and all of them can have some sort of vegetation, but that's what I would go with now, unless somebody.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Connie, what are your thoughts on this?
I'm in agreement with Carrie, if possible, to shingle the one on Nobodere and the other 2 can be metal because it won't be visible.
Okay, so just to be clear, a couple things on this. One is there are 3 buildings in question. The one closest to Nobodere is not actually on Nobodere. It's close to Nobodere and it's closer to the housing units that are on Nobodere.
Correct.
So Carrie's proposal, which I think is frankly a good one, as long as I'm rendering my opinion, would be to keep the one closest to Nobodere as shingled. That would be a future application, or maybe not, because if you're not changing it. But then the two applications that we have before us right now are the other two, which it sounds like we have a consensus view that those would be acceptable to be going to metal.
I just won't apply for that one.
Well, it sounds, I mean, you know, you could always do like a two sides or something like that. You know, I don't know.
We'll take the,
But so for now, I think you guys are good to go, but let's see, can somebody make a motion on, we can actually make the motion on both of these applications. It would be 5A Sun Island and 9 Sun Island.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so the motion is actually to approve those two units to go to the corrugated steel on the sidewall. Okay, all those in favor of Carrie's motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? There you go. Thanks.
thank
Nice seeing you,
you.
Jim. Okay, 8 Chuck Hollow. Who's our board on that?
I'm on it.
Paul, Welch, Coombs, and Camp.
Paul, Welch, Coombs, Camp.
You got
Okay,
Lindsay on Zoom.
Lindsay, that's you, right?
Yep,
I heard
I'm
on
here.
Zoom.
Yep.
Okay, very good.
And Mr. Chair, I'm here, Jason Leonardo Finger. I'm in a butter.
Oh, okay, thanks. I'll recognize you after we hear
Yep.
from Lindsay. Yep. Lindsay, go for it.
Yeah, so we staked everything out as discussed. And I think we attached the pictures and everything. Again, you're not gonna see it from the road, from the public way. And I know there's a concern about the size of the hardscape, which I guess doesn't really matter because it's not visible, but it's not any more than I have at my personal house, which is right down the street, or at 15 Chuck Hollow, which is this client's previous home, which was approved and has more hardscaping than this one as well. And obviously I've done others in the area that also have more. So, but I think, you know, with the staking and everything, you can clearly see, even in the dead of winter, that you can't see anything. And I know the concern was that, you know, when we go and access back there, that we're going to open it up. But in fact, we're going to go from the opposite side of the house around the garage to get back there. So we will be maintaining that screening along the right side of the house, which is helping to hide it. But it's also a fair bit distance from the road too. So.
Okay, is that it, Lindsay?
That's it. That's all I got.
All right, fair enough. Jason, it's your turn.
Thank you. So I live next door at 10 Chuck Hollow. This is a double driveway. I have a few extra concerns in addition to what I expressed before. One is that I don't think that the staking is kind of disingenuous, because it has not been brush cut. The stakes were put in, and I don't think all of them were there as what were asked for. A lot of that brush that you're seeing right now, if we're all looking at the same image with the white sign off to the left, a lot of that scrub and brush and trees in the front of the house is dead. So I would imagine they're not going to keep dead pine trees. And so I think the view will be opened up. The house is on an angle, kind of going towards the south, so the pool will come off that way. I think that yes, this person owned the house further down the road, which is much bigger than the house that is there now at 8 Chuck Hollow. I don't think the pool and the hardscape and the fire pit and the hot tub spa with a waterfall are appropriate for this size house. I also have a question about, we just received notice that it says a house is being removed. I would assume it would be that garage, the secondary dwelling that's there that you see in the image that I'm looking at. And so it says it's being replaced with a modular. It said house, but I'm assuming it's the garage. So my question is also what that's going to do to the view from the street. what that's going to do to the landscaping around it and all of the scrub oak that currently exists, because obviously that driveway is not wide enough for a prefab to come down. So I really feel like you should wait to see what's going on with this property before you approve a really large pool and spa and hardscape that's all around it.
I can answer that since I just submitted for some
Hang on.
buildings.
One second. I'll get right to you in just a
Okay.
second. Okay. Jason, was that it?
Yeah, I just ask that you wait and see what happens, and then also decrease the size and what's there. It's gigantic. There's a house diagonally across the street that has a pool that's a quarter of the size of this pool that is being put in.
Okay.
Can
Thank
I
you,
just-
Jason.
For the staking part, because we did stake it as drawn. We did get the stakes in.
Right, but it's in the scrub oak, so you can't see it. It's barely
Right,
flagged.
but Jason, let's be honest, you can't see it from the road anyway. Like you can't
All
see
right.
it. I'm not
Hey,
gonna be here, but
Lindsay, with all due respect, let's stop the back and forth, okay? And the board, will determine the visibility on this, of course. Thanks, Lindsay. Thanks, Jason. Val, go.
I just want, for clarification purposes, the garage is staying and it's getting some dormers added to it. And I am
Oh.
applying as of tomorrow to remove the house that's there and put in a modular house. So
The house.
the house that's there.
So the garage that we see on the site plan is staying where it is.
Yeah.
Getting dormers.
Yeah,
And then the current house that's there is going to be replaced by a modular that's going in the same location.
exact same location.
Exact same location. Okay, thank you, Val, for that. All right, I think we have enough information in front of us. The board, once again, and you guys, please let me know if I got this right, is myself, Diane, Abby, and Stephen, 4 people. Good? All right.
I'll go.
All right, go ahead, Diane, it's your turn.
I was wondering what site you have from Wood Hollow, which is the street that goes in behind, and the vegetation doesn't seem so high and bulky back there, that I was wondering if there was a view going all the way from Wood Hollow up to the back, to right where the pool is, avoiding the little shed for the pool equipment.
No, there's no visibility. It's very dense scrub oak.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
actually, we were out there last week doing inspections, and while we were out there, we took some pictures. Could I share those pictures?
Oh, yeah.
sure. You mean from Wood Hollow?
From Chuck Hollow, from the vicinity.
Okay, yeah,
They-
great.
They're a little bit clearer to
Fabulous.
what,
Like a movie.
Yeah. Where's the popcorn?
It's right there.
Thanks. Only 2 of us signed, I think. I don't know
Oh,
why.
this is my favorite, North by Northwest.
That is my favorite.
It is my.
Yes.
Okay. So Esme, are you able to give us a little bit of a narrative?
well, I did not take these pictures. Billy
Okay.
did.
Yeah.
And obviously he never got out of the car, but as you can
Right.
kind of tell, it's all brush
Are
out
we on
there.
Chuck Hollow or Wood Hollow
I
now?
believe we're
Chuck
on
Hollow.
Chuck Hollow.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
it looks
thank
like Chuck
It
Hollow.
just,
Yeah.
and obviously that's.
Oh, there we
Drive.
are.
Down the driveway.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
It's hundreds of feet back from the road.
Yeah, it's pretty far back there.
It's not.
And it looks like this is at the intersection. I believe he said this is the neighbor's driveway, plus possibly.
No, sorry, Chuck Hollow has a double driveway. So
Okay.
that's the first one. And
Mm.
he's,
And we just saw the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, it's super dense scrub.
And that's all the pictures.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Board members, what do you think?
I
Oh,
think it's
come
bigger
on,
than the house.
Stephen.
Can I say
Stephen,
that?
what, Diane, go,
Yeah, that
yeah,
was-
go.
And the pool and all its stuff is practically twice as big as the house. And I don't know, with that spa, with the waterfalls and all the rest of it, it just for out there, it seems very formal and defined. I guess that would be the word. I don't know why they have the 4 trees down by the south end of the piece of land, and I really, it's hard to tell with that vegetation, because it wasn't green. Obviously, you could see it wasn't green, and I don't know how much it greens out in the summertime.
You mean the
really.
scrub oak?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty gray now,
yeah.
for sure.
So it was hard to tell. We went down that wood hollow, and we both thought that you could see something, but it might be incidental. I'd still like to see it come in to at least, or the house is going to be bigger. I don't know, but it looks like a lot that's defined by the pool, and the houses were sort of second thought.
Okay. Diane, thank you. Let's see. Abby, are you ready?
Yeah, so Lindsay, I'm assuming the white around the inside of the green is like cut lawn or something?
Yeah, so the lighter shade is going to be some lawn. Now, obviously, we have to maintain our lack of visibility from the road. So, we won't clear too much. We'll open up just what we need. As you can see, the majority of the lawn space is to the left of the pool or to the north of the pool, the garage side, because that's where we're going to access from. So that's why we kind of made that side wider and then the other side narrower, because we don't want to open up the view down the driveway.
Yeah, I think if we were to okay this, we would probably say retain vegetation and add extra where needed, but
Yeah.
Mike, so putting in well, just saying that there's going to be the house that we're looking at now, is it the one we're actually on the site? It is a little bit, I wish we had that in with us right now, like we don't even know what that looks like, but so I think it's a little.
But that could be years down the line.
What's that?
That could be, I mean, like this is, we're just applying for the pool, like, the house doesn't necessarily, shouldn't dictate that, because that's not,
Well, theoretically, I'm going to interrupt because theoretically, if you were going with like a small 1-story house, but I got this feeling that that's not the proposal if it's indeed a modular. We're looking at a 2-story gable house now, and Val, are we looking at something similar?
So much better.
Well, in terms of the size is what I really.
Less in width, it's smaller.
Okay, well, that's good for the house and good for the architecture and not quite as good for the pool.
Anyway,
Because it means less will be blocking the view of the pool. Anyway, continue, sorry.
So I just think I'd actually like to see the complete package first
Yeah.
before I make a decision.
All right.
Me too.
Okay, Stephen,
We don't usually put a pool in before the house, do we?
it's your turn.
Yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made, and I think we should be a little specific about adding landscaping. For me, the concern with the landscaping is if this is ever cleared, existing vegetation, and traditionally, we'd like to see vegetation closer to the pool than further away.
Hmm,
That will have the added benefit in this instance of blocking some view from the neighbors of the pool. Obviously, that's not our purview, but I think that that's a
perk.
having a perk and having the vegetation closer to the pool is important. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right, looks like we're looking at hopefully seeing what the house is going to be doing and potentially
Can we make a motion that
Yeah.
we see the whole package of the house and its location?
is that
At,
coming up? Sorry, Diane, I'll get, what's the status of the house?
Coming in tomorrow. I just
Oh,
emailed.
okay.
she said
All right, well, so there you go.
Is that
I mean,
all
we
right,
could,
Dennis?
yeah, I mean, that
Say
could
for-
be the motion,
hold on for the location of the house.
the new house,
and,
yes.
And the location of the pool in relation to the house.
That sounds good. Okay, that's Diane's motion. All those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Hi.
Aye. Any opposed? Very good. Okay, now we have another one here, Val, at 128 Surfside. Now, this is basically nothing, you haven't changed anything, right?
No, I asked that you not deny it.
Right.
Which was a
I'm gonna
motion.
put it, I'm gonna
Mr.
segue to Stephen.
May I?
Okay.
Yes,
If
of course you
if
can.
it's acceptable to the.
Yes.
applicant's agent,
Yeah.
Comment first. So I took a look at this. Also, I don't think it's worth deliberating in depth over the topic, given the viewscape that's there, and I would just suggest a motion to approve is submitted.
I'm good with that. Now, what I do need to do though is establish who was the board.
Paul Welch, Coombs Camp, Thornwell.
Okay, so Carrie, my recollection is that you had an issue with the setback. Does anybody else? have-
I'm fine with it. I trust Stephen's judgment on it. I just was kind of concerned that we had made a determination and then they came back to apply to go back to what we said we didn't want, but
Right.
no, it's fine.
Okay,
Is this the one that they wanted to
Yeah.
move and the?
It's in the trees.
it's in the trees, definitely in the trees. So
Mhm.
Stephen, was that a motion?
It was.
Okay, so Stephen has made a motion to approve this. See, we saved a lot of time here. And aggravation. Stephen has made a motion to approve this application as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Hi.
Aye, very good. Thanks. Sorry that you had to come in. Okay, well, there we are. That was our views, and now we're on to old business. On old business, of course, we do have established boards. Oh yeah, we're at 126 Main. Familiar to us all. And let me see. So on the first application, which is the house revision, we have myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Val.
Stephen.
And it looks like we have the same board sitting on the driveway.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start into this. Oh, there you are, Linda. Hi.
And Chip here, and I
Yeah.
believe Jeriah, and we have our attorneys also up there, Steve Cohen.
Okay,
I just can't tell from here who's up there.
all right, we'll find out.
There he is. We made some more changes. I don't want to hear anybody talk about moving the structure anymore because we're not moving the structure, and we said that 6 months ago. We took the roof walk off. Threshold is in the same exact location that it always was in the front. We've reduced the side addition another 2 feet. So it's been reduced, I don't know, or I can probably say probably 5 feet, if not more overall. It looks like all the other ones that are in the file. It's been a while since you've seen the exhibits, which went over every single one of these side, rear, 2-story things with no dormers. The dormers didn't look good. 2-story things. 90% of them on Main Street have these side,
Keep going.
his
Linda.
computer, side elevations. And it is probably 50, 60 feet away from the street because it's back where the original 1995 L is. You can see it up there. The original from 1995 that took the whole wall off there. They added the French doors and windows. They took that whole wall out and they took the whole rear wall out and just put it over the top of the existing structure because the roof is still underneath that roof that goes to the back. So I think we are at where we need to be. Unfortunately, this group sent in a bunch of comments that we've already dealt with and already moved on from.
Well, let's not.
So
we'll
I
get
want
to
an
that when we get
opportunity,
to
if
it.
that's going to be taken as gospel, as a member of the quote unquote public, which is not being taken that way, I want to reserve the
Okay.
right to
I would like to
counter it.
think that the HCC members right now are independent thinkers.
I would hope so.
Okay.
Because whatever they put out was not even based on reality,
Okay.
and it was already stuff we've already dealt with
All right.
months ago.
Thank you.
We're not
Linda.
going
Let's not
backwards.
dwell on that. Let's get to the crux of this.
So I think we
Continue.
made all the changes. We sort of dampened down the back. We did take the roof walk off. The chimney's going to be rebuilt in its original location up top. Holly's been in the building. She knows that the foundation, we have another letter from yet another engineer that said the same thing. You got to pick it up and pour the foundation. We can recreate the entire rubble foundation and the combination of brick in the front, which only one other house that we could find has that combination visible. Normally the rubble is a little bit further down. This one is the way it is on the front, which is different than all the other ones. And I know at one point Steve had suggested that we just brick the front like everybody else and run the rubble up the side. And we've got enough rubble to actually run around the areas that don't have rubble, like the addition towards the back. But that's a whole new addition, and maybe you don't want rubble there because it was an evolution of the original structure. So we do have enough rubble. Obviously, we'll have to get brick because the brick is disintegrating. You can stick your finger through it because they've used cement on it on occasion. And we're going to pick it up, put it back down, same height. We can do a benchmark off the telephone pole, which is where they usually go from the benchmark. And so it doesn't get any higher, doesn't get any lower. And recreate the mixture in the front if you find it necessary to do that. Otherwise, we'll take that rubble and use it around the rest of the structure. But methodology on how we do this is not really within your scope. It will look exactly the same if you want it to look exactly the same on the outside of that foundation. But Toscana won't go in there. They've got a letter in the file. They will not go under that building. What makes it even more difficult is that from the ridge of the original structure back, there is no foundation and there's nothing but dirt. It's 6 feet higher than the sunken part on the front side of the house. So if you take that dirt out and try to support it on something, you got nothing to support it on. It runs the risk of imploding, and Toscana won't do it. So, in addition to the two engineered letters, which you have, they were sent out a long time ago, but the latest one was from Wayne McCardle, who's also an engineer. We took him in there. He'd never seen anything like this.
Okay.
So we've got more holes appearing in the foundation now. So that's pretty much it. You want to add something? And then
Chip?
Steve Cohen would probably wrap that part up.
I don't really have much to add, except, from the construction perspective that she mentioned with the engineers, there's really, it's not practical, it's not feasible to save the foundation. Toscana, arguably the most experienced, qualified home movers in the country, won't go in there. It's dangerous. There's nothing to support the house. No sill to set any new framing on top of. Toscana's biggest concern with when it was mentioned of underpinning is that the brick, which is not suitable for serving as a foundation, especially the old brick that are disintegrating, where they meet the rubble is a very weak pivot point. Once you start underpinning, that jeopardizes the whole foundation and potentially causing it to cave in.
Okay.
And we can make it look the same on the outside.
I think that's sort of the operative thing is how to make it look the same. That's my opinion, by the way, but I think that's an important consideration. Chip, thank you. Stephen, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'll keep it really brief. I just want to
That'd be
note,
nice.
yeah. there seems to have been a lot of back and forth about methodology here. And I think, that's not really the board's jurisdiction. The board's jurisdiction is what it looks like. And we have presented a plan that would enable to have the old section to have a recreation of what's the existing look, either all brick or brick and rubble that would be painted. The section that has no foundation could get a matching section. And then the section that now has block would become poured, and that could get a brick if you wanted it. But our suggestion is that it should be distinguishable from the old section, which is better than having it match. So it keeps telling that story. I think that the board should focus on its jurisdiction of what it looks like and not the methodology. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Stephen. I think we're going to go next to Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1750 typical Nantucket. The EW Cod Arthur B. Collins house. Wanted to just mention regarding the windows, we did receive a statement from Hollis Webb, and I would mention that he is a hands-on preservationist, so he knows what he's talking about, and I would take his word for it. The main block of this typical Nantucket, its relationship to Main Street is important, and appreciate that the fact that the structure will not be moved from that location. Let's see, all windows should be wood TDL. I mentioned that because if you look at this front page, the actually detail shows that they're SDL, so that should be changed.
Oh, okay.
All French doors should be 12 light with a kick panel as consistent with in the OHD. The existing windows, the existing windows were not shown to be salvageable. The existing elevations should be, in my opinion, from the laser scan that was provided, and thank you for doing that, Linda, as it is extremely difficult to discern on these plans the dimensions from the existing to the proposed. So again, I think that those should be utilized as they've already been provided way in the beginning of this proposed application. The basement walk down to the French doors should be, well, first of all, it's a little atypical. So I'm not concerned on the visibility. I would just want to see how that's going to be landscaped. 15 light is not appropriate. Should be, again, 12 light with kick panel.
You mean down below, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If it, even if it's visibility.
Okay.
Proposed on the same elevation on the facade, rebuild of the chimney is not appropriate. The existing massive historic chimney should stay if possible, but again, there's a note on there, so that needs to be, it's either or. I believe the notation is keep existing chimney or rebuild. Again, that would be nice to know what the intention is.
Mhm.
Overall, appreciate that this contributing, okay. Appreciate this contributing pre-revolutionary war dwelling is not moving from its site. Those I wanted to mention that you have, as we know, comments from abutters. I note that there is a few in the queue here on Zoom, and there are HSAG comments for your consideration as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right.
Just to clarify, the same rough openings on the windows, we're not changing the size of the windows. When we were going to do the TDLs in the front and SDLs as you go up the sides. That's what you've
what I
approved
remember.
that several times in the past, but the
Okay.
TDLs are definitely going in the front.
All right. Well, let's see where that one goes. Thank you, Linda. Mickey.
Thank you. So looking at the front elevation, if you could just zoom in on just that front facade. that'd
And
be
just for the
helpful.
record, I object.
Gotcha. Yep.
So the addition to the right on the west side has an eave line that's even with the main mass. It would be, I think, more appropriate to drop that eave line a little bit so that it's not a continuous straight across when you're looking at it from the front. Drop it a little bit, and that'll make it more subordinate. On the east elevation, and these are just a couple fussy window issues. If you could go to the east elevation.
And this is an elevation we haven't talked about in 10 months because everybody was happy with
All
it.
right. Let's let Mickey finish.
Well, I'm just sick of tired
No,
of
no,
things
no.
coming
Let
up that
Mickey-
we have already
let
done.
Mickey finish.
No more conversation.
Go ahead,
So
Mickey.
there's
Sorry.
in the main mass, the middle window, it's a smaller window. We'd like that to be the same size as the others. Now, on the west elevation, it's a sort of a similar issue. If you could go to the west.
Which window was smaller? I'm sorry, if you back up just a sec.
Yeah, right there. It's in
That's the new
middle.
addition.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong elevation.
Or
Go
is that
ahead,
the
sorry.
east? Is that the east or the rear?
That's east.
Okay,
So
continue,
let's
Mickey.
look at the west elevations.
Yep.
So the second floor window, those are all smaller. That's fine over the porch roof. The one to the left of the porch roof, we actually think that should slide to the front of the house so it aligns with the window to the left and make it a larger window. I think it's a more appropriate location for that window to be forward to the left. The middle, see on the second floor,
Any purpose for that?
as we feel it looks more.
Yeah, Linda, let's stop.
This is nuts.
Continue,
Thank
Mickey.
So the rear exterior fireplace may be visible from Vestal Street, and if it is, it's not appropriate in the OHD. Replacing the existing brick foundation facing Main Street with a new brick foundation will never look historic. It simply won't have the same historic character as the original. We all know it's possible to reinforce the existing wall, leaving it in place. If the owners are required to keep it, their engineers will come up with a method to preserve it. Thank you.
That was it? Okay.
And again, he's not an engineer. And we've already
No,
had
no,
engineers
we
look
got,
at
we
it.
got all that, Linda. We're
Yeah.
getting the information. We're getting it from
Thank you.
both
Sick and
sides.
tired
Thank
of
you very much. Okay, so we have a few people, I'm sure, in the queue. If somebody could please unmute your name for the record, and I'll hear you, recognize you.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Toth. I'll be speaking on behalf of 128.
Okay. Go
So-
ahead.
Yep. Well, good evening, commissioners and HDC members. My name is Kevin Toth. As I just mentioned, I live at 128 Main Street, and my family and our neighbors have been following this Main Street development with great concern. So I guess first off, it's one positive point. Like to express relief that there's no longer plans to build a roof walk on the 1750s house. We sincerely appreciate that. But otherwise, I'm afraid that the proposed plans are still wildly inappropriate for traditional Quaker streetscape of Upper Main Street. So on the north elevation, they reduced the width of the addition facing the street, but only by 2 feet. Given that this additive mass is almost 17 feet wide, we would have hoped to see a good faith effort to reduce the addition by more than 2 measly feet. We would have hoped for a reduction of at least 6 feet or more. If you buy a house in the old historic district of town, you're allowed to, only make minute changes to the street view. Buyers know full well that they're restricted by the compact nature of Quaker designs. You can't just expand willy-nilly in the densely spaced area along Main Street, which is our precious living museum. So as for the foundation, stone foundation, the main mass of this house portion, facing Main Street. It's a contributing feature of 126 Main Street. Demolishing this foundation should be strictly prohibited. It can't be deconstructed and rebuilt without destroying the original character and patina of the foundation, which has been acquired, for over 300, years of, nearly 300 years of use. It contributes to Nantucket aesthetically and in terms of history and sense of place. All foundations require maintenance. We all know this. The need for repair of an asset of this significance and quality doesn't justify demolishing it. So in addition, they brazenly added yet another new door and another new window since the last rejected proposal. They really need 9 ways to enter this house. This certainly doesn't reflect the historic colonial style and is certainly not appropriate for the old historic district. They're not revising.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just request that we not use words like brazen and other.
Yeah.
If your comments could be less.
Yeah, the brazen
negative,
thing
like
is out of whack.
Right. And I'd like to keep it somewhat terse.
Yeah, let's stick to architecture and not.
This is inappropriate.
Come on, Mr. Toth, continue, but please make it brief.
You're losing. Val.
I'm gonna leave if it doesn't get.
Mr. Toth, please continue.
Thank you. So too many French doors and windows on the south elevation. You know, what's the view in that direction? It's not the ocean, and it's certainly not the trees, as they prematurely ripped all of them out, you know, to build another massive house in the lovely backyard. So with the trees having been raised, just a small neighbor's guest house is their back view until they build the proposed 126R Main Street. And, you know, they'll be right up against another house. So as for the other elevations, issues with the east elevation facing historic 124 Main Street is now flat, uninteresting as you stroll up Main Street. It is in clear view. They removed the interest of the old existing porch, dormer, and the step in the roof. Way too many large windows, and again, they've made it look like a brand new house. Each of the other two elevations, the west and the south, are still massive. The designs appear to be, you know, trying to clean up and straighten out these lovely old historic elevations, and instead of trying to work with their character. Of course, it's more expensive to lovingly remodel with the old, but, you know, trying to build clean, straight, and, you know, as cheaply as possible.
Okay, you really have to
Okay, I object to
move it
that
along.
again.
Hang on, Linda. You're going to have to continue. You're going to have to wrap it up, sir.
Okay, yeah, right here. So our family and friends, or our family and our neighbors, I should say, which is every single surrounding house, are those, you know, people that appreciate, you know, the authentic, delicate designs that preserve this historic character. And we're willing to do everything we can to, you know, fight to preserve these antiques and, you know, the privilege of living with them. So we look to you to help guide the way. And I really appreciate your time, and sorry for the long-winded comments.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Just
you.
to be clear about what's historic,
No,
the side elevation
let-
and the rear
Yeah,
are
we
1995.
Linda, we
So he's
already
gotta
know
cut
that.
it out.
We've heard that many, many times
Apparently
already.
he
Thank you.
hasn't.
Okay, so for those of you remaining in the queue, two things. I don't want to hear a repetition of what's already been said, and I'm going to limit you by the clock to 1 minute per person. So who's next? Identify yourself and we'll start you. You're all afraid now.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'll go.
All right, so your name for the record, please.
Sarah Alger, I represent.
Oh, Sarah Alger. Oh, yes, I do know you, Sarah. Okay, so.
That's all right. I
you
don't
got
mind
your minute.
identifying
There you go.
myself. I represent the direct abutter at 124. And I will be quick. I certainly appreciate no move, no roof walk, no grade change. That said, I think the foundation needs to stay as is, and they need to find a way to build inside of it and reinforce. I think it can be done if they want to be creative about it. I agree with HSAG about dropping the eve line. It would be great if there was some real distinction between that addition and the main mass, that it really was subordinate. Right now with that eve line continuing, it just doesn't quite make it. All the windows should be TDLs, particularly where they're visible, even if it's oblique. And there are just way too many doors and windows for an historic structure. There just wouldn't be so many doors and French doors going into a structure like this. Thank you.
Sarah, you were spot on your 1 minute. Thank you so much. Who's next? Anyone? Anyone else that we know of?
I know that neighbors have been here a couple of
Oh,
times.
sorry. Yeah, I mean,
They've
I'm
sat through these
sorry.
meetings.
If you were in the room, you're.
My name is Joan Gustafson and we live at
You want
11
to come up
Vestal.
closer to the
Joan, put this up
microphone?
right up to your
Let's just
mouth.
make sure that's on. Speak again, just
My name is Joan.
sound like it's on.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
My name is
I can hear
Joan
you.
Gustafson and we live at 11 Vestal. And we're very happy to see that there's a board in town. We're year rounders and we appreciate all that you do. What we've seen of 126 has, the main objection we have is the view from Main Street. We walk Main Street every day and we don't want to see the elevation in the front changed at all. nor do we want to see the west elevation changed because they're so clearly viewed from Main Street. So we would prefer that the pop out remain the same size. I know it's been enlarged in various plans here, but we'd like to see it stay the same size. And that's all we have to say.
Very
Everything
good.
else has been said.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Anyone else? If not, I'm going to take it to the board. Let's take it to the board. Here we go. Who would like to begin on this application? Abby has a few things.
One thing I didn't.
I'm going to limit you to 30 seconds.
Well, Holly, what did you say about the foundation? What was your take on the foundation? I can't remember what you said.
It would be nice to be able to support it from the inside. Of course, I would be remiss as preservation planner not saying that. However, seeing the experts in the field, engineers indicating the safety aspects of it, I am concerned on how that would be done. I also do notate that, and I know it's been mentioned several times, that the rear addition that was placed in the 90s is literally sitting on dirt. I've seen it with my own eyes. So that was a disservice that was done way back when to the structure at that time. It would be nice. You know, it's up to you all to make that determination. But yeah, I mean, there's some significant, old rubble foundation that's there. It would be nice to be able to retain as much as possible. So I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, Holly. Yeah, so on my house, which I think this is a little bit older, so I have the brick in the front and the rubble on the side. So, and I think that's historically what you usually see.
That's the norm.
So,
that's like the clapboard on the front and the shingle on the side.
I want to wait for my other board members to give their comments on the foundation, because I could go either way on that. But, want to preserve as much as we can of but back to the massing. I appreciate the 2 feet you took off of the right. I think it could use just a little bit more. And I think the window configuration of the previous made it look smaller. When you spread it out, it just makes it look wider, because it goes, say, here's the window here, here's the window here, makes it look that much wider. So a little, if you could shave some off still. What else did I write down? Well, there's been some comments about all the French doors, so maybe we could cut down on the French doors, and if you do put one in, do the kick panel.
Oh, yeah, obviously kick panels.
I'm concerned a little bit about the walkout on the west. Is that going to be seen? And I'm just a little bit worried about how that's going to look.
Go to the west elevation. You got a comment? You're not gonna be able to see it.
Stairs go down.
It's just, yeah, it's
about the grade. About the grade.
Yeah, I've
It's
just
up-
never
it's
seen
up
it,
here.
so I'm just.
Oh, Abby, keep in mind, it's like
Well,
a 5-foot grade
so my-
change to up here.
Continue, Abby.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, my main concern, thank you for saving the chimney. I do think that the additive massing should drop lower than the main massing, giving it a little breathing room, the historic house, a little more breathing room, as suggested. On the front of the house, I guess it's north, is it north?
I think
Yeah.
if you, Abby, if you look at the existing up to the left, it's the same height. The issue is 60 feet back and it's 45 feet behind the main body of the house. So when you're looking at a flat elevation on the drawing on the front, they look the same. But when you're standing in the street, because the grade changes and it's so far back that they're not actually going
Well,
to
it's
be
the-
at the
it's the-
same level.
All right.
They're gonna be
Right.
like this.
Linda,
it-
thanks, but
It's the
let's
fascia
let
strip
Abby. Yeah.
that would be lower. So anyway, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Abby. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
We got, keeping the chimney either to rebuild or keeping it, if it can be repaired. The E line, I would like to see broken where the side, right side comes in. The parking, the curb cut that's in front is a double one and it's much wider than any other.
We're not talking about that right now.
Not yet.
That's
That's
next.
the
I'll
next
save that,
application.
That's
save that.
next.
Okay.
Thank you, Linda.
Got enough here.
I think the house at both sides are too wide. I don't know how many houses built in what, did you say, Holly, 17?
Circa 1750.
1750, probably thought much of French doors. I don't know. It seems a little questionable that French doors are so important. This is a very special house. Not every house that we come across has as much location and everything else as this one does, being that it's seen going up Main Street and turning and going down the west side. I would like to see all the windows in the house, since it was built so early, be true divided lights. Not, if they want to buy this house, it may be expensive to do some of this work, but the house is worth it. And the other thing on the foundation, Abby says that on her house, which is an old house, that there is brick in the front and rubble on the sides. This house has
The reverse.
vice versa.
Yeah.
However, my house was built in 1833, later than this house. However, during the storm of 78, it lost its foundation. The whole front of the foundation went. And it was rebuilt. What they did was they put the brick back and then they went in behind it and put in cement blocks with tie rods in them. So it didn't change the foundation in the front at all. The old one is there, but it is well backed and not going to go anywhere. Now, I think something like that certainly should be able to be done, because the land underneath my house is wet, because there are 6 different streams underneath the foundation. So they weren't working on solid ground. They were working on what they had. So I think that it is available. I would like to see, if it comes down to this, I would like to see an engineer who is not an engineer that's working for this house, but that engineer that will give us an individual comment on what can and cannot be done. I just am convinced that there are ways to do that foundation, and it's one of the important things. I said about the parking too, we're not talking about that now.
Not yet.
But the house should come down to the size it is. As I said, going down the west side of the house, you see it all the time. And I really would like to see some, as I mentioned before, but that's it for now, is the reduction of the antique store, French doors with the kick panel. We could do without some of those.
Okay.
The French doors in the main body are existing. We're not adding those. They're existing. They were part of the
I
1995
I think
thing.
this is like a sum total.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the 2 in the main body of the house are
Okay.
there. They cut
All
the
right.
beams, they cut the corner posts and put them in.
All right, Linda. Diane?
That's
You-
it.
That's it? You good?
I may have something else to say
Okay.
later, but
I'll recognize you again if you have anything else. Val Oliver.
I'll start off with a positive. I'm appreciative of the changes in this iteration. And I want to thank people telling us what our purview is. Thank you, because, we often forget. So thanks for reminding us.
Was that positive or was that snarky?
It's snarky.
I
You're very
appreciate the
welcome.
roof walk going away. I appreciate it that it's not moving. I appreciate the first floor height is staying the same, although I don't understand. It looks different from how it is existing. I do think the chimney should stay. No outdoor fireplace. I'm wondering if there's railing supposed to be around the east.
Which
Below
one, Val?
grade situation there.
Which one, Val?
East.
And
There it
the
is.
trim on the windows is more elaborate than the trim on the existing house, which is maybe why the windows don't seem as though they're the same size.
They are. They
Um,
will be.
so I'm not sure that putting a little pediment on there is appropriate.
Okay.
And the foundation is a conundrum. I think it's important to stabilize it, to keep the house intact, but really and truly, this is a brand new house. They're only keeping a few walls.
No.
And well, I'm looking at the demolition plan and it's 107 lineal feet of wall and everything else is going inside, windows, doors, walls.
Not
So
outside.
this is, in my opinion, not preserving the house. It's a completely new house. That's a replica of an old house.
We're not taking any of the walls down and the main body.
She's talking about the inside.
Okay, the
Continue, Val.
inside is the
Continue,
inside.
Val.
But we've got all of it in a trailer
That-
like we did
that was
before and
it?
put it back.
Okay. Stephen, it's to you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. These 1751s, they always get us. If it was just 1760, it'd be so much easier going with this. I'm gonna just go elevation to elevation. On the proposed north elevation, yes, I thank you for taking the roof walk off, though I don't think it's inappropriate to this style structure. It's easier to discuss the overall application. The second fascia board on the second floor is inappropriate. The pediments are inappropriate over the windows on the first floor. The grade change hardscape is inappropriate with all capitals and underlined. The change in the floor height of the existing first floor relative to the height of the stoop is inappropriate, again, capitalized and underlined. I think the changes on the towards the west on the secondary mass of the fenestration is inappropriate. We're looking for the Goldilocks solution. The windows were previously too close together. Now they appear to be too far apart. So there needs to be a happy medium. As they're drawn now, it makes, in both instances, it makes that proposed addition look wider than I think it has to look if the windows were properly spaced.
Yep.
With respect to the eave height, I agree that should come down to the top plate to integrate the window header into the window header as the top plate. And interestingly, when you walk by this, it is far enough back that due to perspective, that eave, even if it's lower, is going to look higher than the main house. But it's just a comment. Let's see, on the west elevation, I previously commented, I think the width is not great of them talking about the proposed addition, but I think with the lowering of the plate, it will be more appropriate. And it certainly looks historically more appropriate than the historic structure that's there with the wacky roof pitch and the overall width being so thin, it looks like a rocket. It just is not what we would necessarily consider historically accurate or appropriate. So it's interesting how sometimes we sit here and we're using our kind of sentimentalized notions of what's appropriate and what's not. On I think the changes to the fenestration on this side, noting the below grade stuff isn't going to be visible, I presume, due to landscaping is okay. The south elevation, no concerns with the mass. The fenestration is just wholly inappropriate. Go back, please, to the previous submitted south elevation and maybe even pare that down a little bit. The east elevation, I think, is aside from where the front changes on the right, appropriate. Again, minus the pediments on the windows. This is a relatively informal structure as it is, and that dresses it up a bunch. I think the other thing I would say is on the matter of the foundation, if this needs to be replaced due to deterioration, which I believe is what I've read in 2 letters now, I'm not in a position to be second guessing an engineer despite my pretty good knowledge of these subjects. But I will reference a comment I made at a prior meeting with respect to replication. And while it is not one of the standards in the Interior Secretary's standards, it is spoken of, specifically where number 6 of rehabilitation, where the severity of deterioration requires replacement of a distinctive feature, the new feature will match the old in design, color, texture, and where possible, materials. Replacement of missing features will be substantiated by documentary and physical evidence. This comment is replicated in another standard, standards for reconstruction, restoration, where it talks about replication to include documentary evidence. The form and detailing of the historic feature should be used as a model for the replacement. So while we don't get into methodology, I take that to be more on the design side. We're not designing a solution with respect to how you put your brick together, but with respect to the performance end, we certainly have that in our purview. And specifically documentary evidence and including a form to detail the form and the detailing of the historic feature should be used as a model for the replacement. And I'm speaking specifically of the brick and the rubble, not only their overall relationship, but all of the details. Lastly, I believe Holly mentioned this, the laser scan is available. This stuff can be measured out and documented. I'm not suggesting the HDC should or would hold the applicant to, a millimeter of precision and accuracy, but with laser documents, it should be accurately dimensioned and easily readable. And the replication work, if it is approved as such, should closely match what exists. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we
Thank
have a
you,
lot of photographic documentation of
Stephen.
every inch of this thing.
So other than to mention just a couple of the comments that have been made by fellow board members, which I'm going to cite specifically. One would be Abby's comment about the L on the north elevation and the fact that the windows are now wall-eyed as opposed to being spaced normally. I think that her point was, for me, well taken, that it's actually spacing them apart like that is making it feel wider than it actually is. Just wanted to underscore that comment. And I would like to talk about this foundation and much of what Stephen has said about the restoration of an old foundation. I've done enough work on old foundations here, both brick and rubble, to know that brick certainly deteriorates. Rubble usually, the weak point is not the stone so much as it is the way the stones were put together. But I always cite the 1800 house as being an example of what not to do in terms of stone foundation. It's kind of like a stone veneer with wide, all the stones are the same size. So there's an art to doing the stone work, the rubble work, that somehow has to be replicated. And I think that the only way that we can do this and do the brickwork. And with respect to the bricks, I can say that there's dozens of houses that I've been in where you can literally punch your finger through the brick. The wrong brick was used and it deteriorated. We all know that that's a fact out here, elsewhere. So I would suggest that if we are to move forward with sort of replicating the foundation, and I do believe, given the photographic documentation and the engineer's report, that is something that we have to really take to heart, that the work, in order to get assurances that it's going to be done properly, we have mock-ups done of both the brick, its mortar, the rubble, the way it's going to be constructed, and those would all have their basis in the photographs of what's there right now. Those are my comments. So shall we?
I'd like to make a motion to hold for revisions
Mr. Chairman, if I could,
substantively to
It's a year
conform
already now.
to.
but Mr. Chairman, can I just make
Stephen,
a
go
quick
just
response?
quickly. We're in the middle of
Very
a
quick.
motion, so very quickly.
So I think the board has made a lot of good comments, and I just want to say that I've talked to my client, and they're willing to reduce the size of that addition and the eave height. They're willing to fix the windows as was suggested. They can work on the fenestration, and I think that the process that you've suggested for assuring that the renovation of the foundation is done appropriately is all acceptable. So, I think we could potentially be ready to come back with a plan that would be approvable at the next meeting based on those changes. And I'm glad that there seems to be some consensus on doing this right, as opposed to just torturing people on how long this is going.
Stephen, no one would be happier than the 5 members sitting on this board.
Yeah, that's
on this application. So if you came in with what you just described, we're going to be just happy people.
I
So
think we will, and I think
March
that what
6th.
some people
Okay.
are just going to have to accept is that this is a large house in an area where traditionally old houses have been altered in a way that is, consistent over time.
We do
The whole street.
understand, Stephen. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can we come back on March
No.
6th instead of waiting another 6 weeks where we all forget
It's
what we
actually
said?
not 6 weeks anymore. We're actually cutting through our agenda.
But if we
I
can go
mean,
back on March 6th, we're good.
Stephen is in the middle of a motion here. Stephen,
Motion to hold for revisions, substantially addressing the points that were made. A proposal in writing as to how the foundation will be addressed. To include the items, the documentary evidence that was requested. There are going to, that's the motion. And I will just comment on the motion before we vote, which I know is unusual, but I would expect that given this structure and given the comments that were made, that substantial conformance to comments here at the table would include nearly all of them, because none of them were really out of line and none of them were
Unreasonable.
disjointed with respect to one another from the different commissioners. So I would suggest go through, watch the meeting, as painful as it will be, and make the changes. And so we don't have to have it back again to then say, well, you didn't make the changes because you missed something and we're going to have to hold it, because that will be difficult for you. It will be difficult for us. And that's not our goal. I just wanted to make a comment.
Can we come back on March 6th? You're not meeting next week because of school vacation.
I don't think we should be making
March 7th.
Yeah, I won't be here.
deals.
you're not going to be on the 7th?
Nobody's here next week, so
I'm gone that week.
yeah, they don't have a meeting next week.
I'm not understanding.
I'm not here the week that Linda just asked to have it on the 7th.
Yeah.
He's not going to be here on that.
When are you back?
Why don't we
Hey,
decide when they go
yeah,
on?
so
Well,
look,
that's what we're asking for, Diane, as to when it can come up without waiting another 6 weeks.
Why don't we do it the following Tuesday?
but it's not 6 weeks anymore. The following Tuesday?
Yeah, so it's 3
Somebody give me a
weeks.
date.
That
Can I-
14th.
14th
Yeah.
of March?
Yeah.
March 14th. That's part of your motion?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. All right, so Stephen had a good motion and a good post-motion commentary. All those in favor of Stephen's motion and post-motion commentary, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, but let's go from the fire into the frying pan, shall we not? Let's
Okay.
go and we'll talk about now the driveway. I know that Diane has something to say about the driveway.
I'd like to make a
Um,
brief presentation because I gave you an astronomical amount of pictures on Main
Sure you
Street,
did.
Milk Street, New Mill Street, Mill Street. At least 30 or 40 pictures. I also gave you the map of who's got driveways, and we're one of the only ones
We
without
saw
a
that.
driveway.
Okay,
I just want to make sure that it was reviewed by people. Did we lose somebody? Oh, no. So I gave you that. I gave you the dimensions, and I gave you that we're one of the only ones that does not have a driveway, that has the ability to have a driveway. We don't have the driveway to our east anymore. That's staying with the rear lot. We're not talking about the rear lot. We've withdrawn whatever we're doing for the rear lot at the moment, if we do anything ourselves at all. So we're asking for a smaller than half these driveways. We're asking for a 14 by 17. Now, you asked me to go to the various things in town to get something in writing. They're not going to do that. I did speak to traffic safety. And when you take a space off the street, which we'd be doing like everybody else's driveway did, we have to then go to traffic safety, and then they make a recommendation to the Board of Select Board. When they do that, if you take one off the street, even if it's smaller than the 9 by 20 off the street, they make you put 2 on site. And because this is a result of a 4181L, we are grandfathered for no parking. We'd like parking, make that clear. We'd like to have the same off-street parking that everybody else has. And you keep calling it double wide, a double wide parking area, which a majority of them have in certain sections up there. They're 20 feet wide because at the time it was 9 by 20. So when you say ours is a double wide, it's only 14 feet wide, which can allow 2 7 by 17 spaces, and it's only 17 feet deep, not 20 feet deep. So our parking space is actually smaller than a majority of parking spaces in the entire area. And that includes Gardner, that includes Main, that includes regular Main from the monument towards Main Street, Milk Street, Vessel Street, New Mill Street, Mill Street, et cetera, et cetera. Because I went all over the place and gave you pictures, gave you maps, gave you aerials and everything else. So to say that ours is a huge 14 by 17, it's not.
that comment must be coming from someone other than one of the board members.
No, it was double wide the last time.
I
It's
don't
too
remember anyone
wide.
saying that it was huge.
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
And then you asked me, how big is it? And it could be 20 feet wide because the double wide, legal double wides are 20 feet. But because we are grandfathered, we can put in, according to
Okay.
Andrew, 2 7 by 17s,
All right.
which is 14 feet by 17. We don't want to touch the tree. Dale has asked that we stay as far away from the tree as possible, and we are. We're actually giving him a couple more feet. And he's already roped off, and unlike the neighbor who said we're ripped up stuff, he has given us the circle. He established the circle, not us. And we're still
Okay.
working with Dale on that tree. Now, just to be clear, the trees that were ripped down, according to the neighbor prematurely, were trees that Dale wanted gone. They were those sycamore maples. And he said, we had him look at every
Linda,
single
let's
tree on
stay-
this
let's
lot.
stay- Let's stay on the parking.
All right, the
thing,
only
and I
tree he
think you've
cared about
covered
was
it.
this tree in the front, which is the town tree, and he said, take the rest down. So that's what we did.
Okay,
So that's what we want, a small 14, we can maybe only get one car in there, but it's 14 by 17, just in case we
Okay.
get 2 golf carts.
all right. Thank you, Linda. Chip, anything to say on this one?
I believe Steve
Thank
does up
you.
there somewhere.
Thank you so much.
Steve may,
Holly.
before you go to him, Steve may have something
Oh,
to say.
Steve, anything on this one?
I think Linda covered it. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, thanks. Really appreciate it, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the driveway itself, I think Linda provided a lot of documentation showing that this type of driveway is consistent. Obviously, from staff's perspective, as long as it meets the zoning bylaw 139-20.1, which it sounds like it will, that would be consistent with neighborhood. material of brick that's consistent with the neighborhood as shown in the photographic evidence provided. It's not inconsistent with the overall area of Main Street. So again, provided that it meets the zoning bylaw, I have no concerns. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey, anything? Okay.
Thank you. So there are very few double wide
I
driveway.
object
accesses
again,
on
but
Main
there you
Street,
go.
Okay, got it.
I really
Oh my
am.
God, this is painful.
And none of them pass the monument. There's no double wide driveway accesses or curb cuts past the monument. That size driveway would look much too suburban and shouldn't be permitted. Every other property manages to have a single car wide access, and so can this one. There's also some concern about getting the excavation too close to the town tree. Thank you.
Which we've addressed with the town tree guy.
Mickey, thank you so much. Okay, is there anybody on Zoom that wants to speak on, or in the room, that wants to speak on this application? Staff, anything? Anybody up there? It's a hand up.
Of course she does. It's the next door neighbor, I think.
Hi, Linda. It's Andrea Bradford, the neighbor. We are worried about the width of the driveway and the curb cut. Because we submitted a letter to show that, as Mickey stated, that on Upper Main Street, there really are no double space curb cuts. You know, they're single space and then they may expand out to a double. And we just wanted to point that out. And I won't take up any more of your time.
Thank you very much for your brevity. I appreciate it. We
Mhm.
all do.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's no one else that wants to speak on this application.
I'd like to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Name, please.
That's right. It's Sarah Alger, again, for the neighbor.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. No, I should identify
I
myself.
should have
just
eyes in
like-
the back of my head.
Just
Sorry,
like
Sarah.
anyone else. No, I'm just, they've kind of created their own hardship here. They've done away with their existing traditional parking area by doing the 81L. They're grandfathered now. They don't need a parking space. I think it's too bad to turn these yards in town into parking, particularly when they're unnecessarily wide. I think you should just deny this entirely and leave it as it has historically been as a yard.
Sarah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
I'm
folks.
sure Stephen has a response to that one.
I'll go.
Mr. Chair, just very briefly, Stephen Cohen, I think that all of the opinions about what people want are irrelevant. The question is parking historically appropriate at this house? And the answer is yes. The question is just the materials and the dimensions, and we should stick to that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, Diane, your
Yeah,
turn.
I will go on this. I think that we should stick with the one, I don't care whether there are double wides on North Mill, South Mill, West, East, or any place else. We're talking about one house on Main Street. There are several different things going on. It doesn't matter to me that some other street has double wide driveways. This should have one. If I guess we have to get them off the street to do the 9-foot wide, 17 feet long, and keep it as a single driveway if it is necessary through the parking and street board, that there is parking on those houses. I know at one time they had a rule saying that there had to be some way to, get it off. So there is that space. It'd be better to remain as a garden, but if they're forced to have one, that's what I would have. Single one and 17 feet long, 9 feet wide, whatever the normal width is. That's what I would stick with. I think it's important not to put one that's 14 feet because they're grandfathered. I'd like to see the piece of paper that says their grandfather to have a driveway that wide. I'm getting tired of hearing the stuff that it's okay and we don't check. We should always check to make sure that that's what's in there. But I would go with the smaller one width car driveway.
All right, very good. Diane. Who would like to go next?
I can go.
Abby, please.
So, yeah, so it's a 1750s house. It has a very rural streetscape. I would think if you had to put one there, I would do something extremely simple, not detailed with, Belgian block and brick and, you just berm it simply on either side. You probably have to do brick, but I would do everything minimally. I would, if you have to do it, that's what I would do. Thank you.
Okay. Abby, thank you. Val, you ready?
No.
Stephen, you ready?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think if this is going to be 14 feet wide, it needs to be a native pea stone. Or it needs to be a rubble with grass.
Am I looking at the wrong document? Because I count 16 feet, 9
No.
plus 7.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, it's only 14.
Testified 14.
It's only
feet.
14. Way back when, maybe, but it's only 14 wide and
Okay,
17 deep.
all right,
Oh, I
I'll
don't have
accept that.
plan.
Yeah, it's only 14 wide because we wanted to get
All right.
away from the tree more.
I was hearing 14 and the math wasn't working.
Yeah, it's 14 by
Uh,
17
sorry.
and 9 by
Okay,
20.
good, got it. Continue.
Or as at 125 Upper Main, which is a cobble with grass growing in between.
Right, there's nobody has pea stone up there,
I'm telling you what I think is appropriate. It needs to be something that is not
more rural.
formal. It needs to be rural. I agree with Abby. I'm giving 2 suggestions on things I think I could vote for.
Did you say cobble with grass in between?
Yeah,
Okay. No, I know what you mean.
like
Right, he said-
specifically like at 125.
He said he
Main.
would agree to cobble with grass. We're still going to have to get brick on the sidewalk and into that road.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't take-
Or you could
Um,
use stone like they've done in other locations.
Cobble in that grass.
Stephen, thank you. Val, you ready yet?
I really don't have an opinion.
Okay.
Go along with,
Okay. I like Stephen's idea of putting some grass in there and minimizing the amount of so-called hardscape that's involved in this whole thing. That's all I have to say on this.
What do you think?
Yes.
Can I ask
yeah.
you what you think the width should be? Should it be big 14, which is more than what's up there, or the regular, whatever the regular one is? It isn't that much smaller.
Actually, on the other side of 124 that keeps objecting, if you look at 124's driveway on the opposite side from us, from their house, and look at 122, they are separated by, I believe, a fence, and it's more than 20 feet wide, and they're bricked to all the
Yeah,
way
yeah,
back.
okay.
So, I mean,
I'm
to say there's not
interested.
double
Thanks
wides
a
is
lot,
not true.
Linda, But I'm
Thanks.
not interested.
It's not true that there
In
aren't
that.
double wides.
May I ask a question?
Anyway.
No, not yet.
As narrow as it can be, I think it would be good to say. I would say that. I don't know what you want to say.
Right, and
That's-
I know that we have at least 2 members that are firmly of that opinion.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think we've got enough comments to make some changes if you want to
Oh,
entertain a
boy.
motion.
Are you giving us a motion there, Stephen?
I don't make
Some
motions. I'm just
revisions?
saying,
A motion
we should
here,
move on.
No, I'm going to let other Stephen make the motion. for
a
you.
motion to hold for Stephen Welch's revisions,
There
Can
you
it track the other one?
What?
which are yours.
Track the other one to the 14th?
Oh.
Because they've been putting them
Yeah,
together.
Yeah, okay,
That's
that
okay.
is Stephen's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
What is he?
We're moving for revisions. Yeah,
Just revisions.
revisions.
Yeah, I mean, I was joking around, but of course, if you come back with what we
Okay.
suggested, it's going to be easier to get approval.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys. All right, now we're on to our new business portion
With
of
a
tonight's.
7-minute break for pizza.
Yeah, why don't we?
yeah, that's a-
Yeah, that's a great idea. Thanks, everybody.
Jumping jacks.
Yeah.
Steve,
Hey, Diane, can I bring you a piece of pizza?
I think he's going.
Oh, he's on it? Okay.
I,
7 minutes.
Well, you had a 17.
yeah. Most of the time. Connie. Who is the new head of nursing? Anyway, I had her son, her husband, drives the handicap van. Oh, yeah. Yeah. She just took it over in August.
Don't eat it all.
Oh, thank you.
To go unmuted. We're about to go live again.
Some come by.
We all set? We ready, kids?
Yes.
3,
2,
1.
You know how they do in the movies, or like they go 3, like that.
I thought they just did this.
Well, there's that too. Yeah, but when they're doing like a news program, 3, because they don't want to show up. Okay, so folks, we are on the new business cycle of January 24th. First up is 60 Easton Street. Do we have somebody to represent that application?
Yes, Dennis Patnode is on.
Hi there.
How are you tonight? Thank you.
Good. How are you doing? So. All right. We're getting your application up. You want to start into it?
Sure, absolutely. So it's actually if it's easier for for yourselves, if we group the two as one, so the first item and then the second item here, 60 Easton and 64 Easton. What the intent is to add some privet along with some picket fence along the sidewalk and return it into some arbors, which would be recessed back off the road a few feet as well. You'll see there's the arbors on this plan here showing the 6 arbors. So it's 4 along Easton, 1 on Harborview, and then the final one on McAway. But the fence would only be along Easton and then down along onto Harborview Way. I believe you have a plan that actually shows it a little bit better.
We do.
Yeah.
We do.
That was the old one, Dennis. They're pulling up the new one.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Dennis,
Yes, sir.
do you have anything further that you would like to say?
No, I think you'll notice that the fence will be of like kind of the fence which is surrounding areas as well as the arbors. What we did do was looking at this plan here, which is probably the easiest one to look at. You'll notice that we did break the fence up with some privet. We felt that as others viewed as well, that the long run of fence would be a little much. So adding the privet gives it a nice little separation and complements the area well as the property.
Okay, very good. I'm going to turn it over to Holly now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 60 and 64 Easton Street are located within the Old Historic District. The White Elephant Cottages, and they date circa 1950. So of course, contributing towards the local and national district. These cottages are already sited within landscaping that is appropriate in the OHD. The proposal, which appreciate this additional rendition of a series of fence and arbor, creates an unnecessary compound aesthetic within the OHG. The fences, understanding that they're in some location again, and understand that it's part of an overall, tourist destination, if you will, part of their compound, it really shouldn't actually create a compound look. However, the white arbors are an appropriate feature, and do appreciate the softening with the proposed privet flanking either side. So this is a little bit better than what was originally submitted in the packet. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mickey, anything?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks. So installing a new fence along the edge of the entire block will change the character of that section of Easton Street. Picket fences are not common and should remain the exception rather than the rule. The Brant Point area generally has a more open landscape feel that a fence type barrier doesn't provide. The new fence will unify all of the existing cottages and give the street the appearance of a unified compound or resort compared to the more appealing sense of individual cottages. A mix of different arbor styles rather than repeating the same style at each cottage would also retain the sense of individuality. Thanks.
Thank you, Mickey. That's probably it in terms of people speaking, right? Other than the board. I'm going to guess so. All right. It is the regular board. Who would care to begin on this? And why don't we just lump them together? We're going to do 60 and 64 as a group. That would be great. Thank you.
I thought, just off Mickey's note on the different arbor styles, I think that's a good idea. I think the repetition of seeing 4 archways in a row is, gonna strike more Disney-ish than, like individual openings to, different houses. So anything to break up the repetition, I think is a good idea. I like your idea of adding the privet in places because that does exactly that instead of the repetition again of the picket fence, which you don't see it. So, I mean, I think it is on Easton Street, but maybe not as much as this would be. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go if you want.
Thank you, Diane. That would be great.
I think that the repetition is not good. I'd like to see each entry into a house different. I'd like to see the hedge rather than the picket fence, because I think it fits in better at that particular area. I don't think there's too many picket fences as close up to as 60. If you look at that picture that you see, they've written 60 Easton and look down the road, both ways, you don't see any picket fences. And this would fit in, maybe bring one arbor closer to the sidewalk and one out, so you break up the monotony of the front building. I think that's what I think.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Val, you ready?
Yeah, can I ask Dennis a question?
Of course.
Yeah, yes, please.
Dennis, is the idea is to make it feel part of the white elephant?
Yes.
That's correct. We're trying to beautify the landscape for the surrounding area to the point that was just made, with the looking down the street, where you don't see the fence on either direction. That is the property we're actually discussing. As far as you can see there, that is 60 Easton. If you do scroll further through the images, though, you will see that there is picket fences are actually fairly common in the area. As well as the arbors. I do agree with the facts on, stepping, maybe if we step the arbor to the street, in one location.
I think that you actually answered Val's question a while ago.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, so let's let Val talk now.
So I understand why you want it. I'm wondering if there was a way to maybe move some sections back from the street a little bit more, or what about making them natural to weather?
The fences or
the fences? Well, then I would probably say the arbors too, but just then it's not as, it doesn't feel as overwhelming.
Okay. Val, thank you. I think that's now to you, Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I might bite on the natural to weather. I think the success here isn't going to be the hardscape. It's going to be the landscaping. Hydrangeas sticking through picket fences, ever blooming roses on picket fences. There's, probably 6 million postcards of this representing Nantucket, and I might even be understating the number. So I think it could be done if it's, the arbors, I think could denote a little individuality, but you don't want to go off the rails there because it could also look kind of gimmicky. So I think the general concept is potentially approvable, but I'd like to see just a little bit more information along the lines of my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. And for me, I think the arbors are fine. The examples that you've shown of the arbors, I think across the board show the arbor set into privet, which is a handsome look and it's also a subtle look. Conversely, when I see the expanses of painted picket fencing, one at the old Mad Hatter lot and the other one over by the old Gordon Folger, AKA Nantucket Hotel. It seems like more of that on Easton Street would be completely overwhelming visually. I'm not even sure that I would go for the idea of natural fence. I would really, I think ideally I'd prefer just to see privet with the arbors cut into it. And I think it's fine if they're all the same because you are trying to homogenize things and create an identity for this particular block of buildings. And I'm willing to accept that, but not at the level that you're suggesting, which would include a painted picket fence. Those are my comments.
Well, that's you want a motion?
What?
You make it.
Well,
I don't think we have a consensus here.
no.
Well,
and
there's
I
sort
wanna
of
make
like a lot of
another comment.
variations on a
Yeah,
theme
me-
going
Right.
here. Yeah.
So I would comment on your comment. If fence isn't going to be here, clearly you don't want to be differentiating the arbors. It's going to make no sense. I mean, they can be slightly different, but I don't see a reason to. And then I'm also just wondering, Val had mentioned about changing depth, but maybe there are, maybe there's a layout where you use a little bit of fence as bookends and then with the arbors set back. I'm not a fan of the arbor being flush, the gate being flush to the fence. It eliminates that sense of entry. It becomes a barrier. But if you perhaps bookended, you had on the right side as you're facing the cottages, you have one of them with fence. On the leftmost cottage, you have fence. And in between, you have the cottages with arbor and privet. I mean, my point is there's a variety of potential solutions given the different responses you received this evening. So I would just suggest you take something into consideration along those lines. All right.
And I had another comment as well.
Go.
I think doing all hedge though will block off those little cottages from the street and that will look more
Unfortunate.
privatized.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
They
Good
don't have
point.
to be super high. They don't have to be.
yeah.
You keep them shorter.
They could.
Fit in that part of Easton Street. The
Hey.
edge and the.
Dennis, could you move well, I mean, we're gonna just give you ideas and then move on, but you could move some sections of fence back and put some plants in front of those.
Yes, we can absolutely look into it,
Okay.
to the comments that
would
were
be
made. I mean,
Better
Okay.
than seeing just a white expanse of fencing.
Mhm.
Okay, so you've got a number of very positive, creative suggestions, which we're not going to bill you for.
Make the most revision.
Yeah, so Diane has made a motion for some revisions. All in favor of Diane's motion, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? I don't think so. That was for both of your applications at 60 and 64 Easton. Thank you. And now it's the
Thank
Linda
you.
Williams hour again. So we're at 10 Monahasset, new barn. Damn, I can't just. I
For
always
the record,
do
Mr.
this.
Chairman,
Yes.
Linda Williams.
Yes,
for
thank you, Linda.
Bruno's, they are the people that run the Murray Camp, which is quite a well-known established camp.
Mhm.
A lot of our kids have been to it.
Sure.
They purchased this lot some time ago and they need a place for the kids to go because there's nowhere else for them to go in the rain and everything else. So this is going to be part of the camp. I believe the Brunos are up there somewhere, though they're off island. And it's an interesting building. It's a barn building. It's coming down as a barn. It's constructed by people who do barns. And it's got vertical board, natural to weather trim. The windows are 2/1 that match the house. I've got pictures of the house in there. And it's a fairly simple barn. The gable end you see right above your head there is what's facing the street. And the length of it runs back into the lot. I gave you the site plan as well as aerials, as well as pictures from the street. And we'll be back with a hardscape plan, because obviously we have the parking area, back with a hardscape plan and a screening plan. But they're planning on planting and not taking as much of their screening from the street out. And they are going to be planting a substantial amount of evergreens. So I'm interested to hear your comments. It isn't a structure, so it does exceed the 50-foot length. We've kind of made the pitches consistent, and love to hear your comments about it. It's
Okay.
an open truss building as a sort of a post and beam.
Mhm.
I didn't include the brochure with it, but they're beautiful buildings inside. They're all open. There's no second floor to it. There's just light.
Okay.
I don't know if the Brunos want to say anything, or Mary
Oh,
Murray.
Bruno's, if you're on and you want to say something, unmute.
I think Chuck Bruno may be here, or Mary Murray may be here, the husband and wife. I can't see who's up there.
Does it look like they're going to unmute? Does not look like it.
Do you see them up there?
So the building's 25 and a half feet tall.
Yeah, we kept it as low as possible.
Okay.
What camp
It's
Murray Camp.
Murray Camp.
Murray Camp.
Been running
You
for
guys know about
decades.
Murray
I'll
Camp?
go.
They've
Thank
got
you,
kids of kids
Stephen.
of kids in there now.
Steven's going.
Go.
Go.
If this was a 412 roof covered porch and it was 6 or 9 inches lower at the beam in the same point of the intersection at the structure, I would, if I was doing consents, I would have put it on consent.
What were you saying, Steve?
The
Exactly
porch
where?
roof is a 3 and 12.
Okay.
Stephen is suggesting
A 4 and
holding the
12?
top point and dropping the beam down so that you can get a 4 and 12 roof pitch, in which case you would move to approve it.
Not the height, just the porch roof.
Yeah,
Just the porch
Okay.
roof.
Okay.
The porch roof wants to be a 4 and 12.
Yep.
But you don't move it up the wall.
You just
move
lower the
eave-
pitch.
Or the beam down.
That's fine. That's easy
You'd
enough
have
to do,
plenty of
because that's
room
an
to do it.
add-on from the company.
So you
Well,
wouldn't see that.
Let's see whether that this, does any,
I just have one more comment. Given
Yeah.
this is, I mean, it's a handsome structure, but it's also 124 feet from the street in a wooded lot. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it's a 3-acre lot.
I'll go.
It would go lower. It's better.
If I can.
Go ahead, Bill.
I also had no problem with the building. My concern, though, is that you're taking out a lot of vegetation for this very commercial type of yard. Drop off you know what I mean?
Yep.
It's not just a barn with a rutted driveway in. It looks like it's gonna be asphalt or something, and
No,
there's
no
a
asphalt,
big
Val.
expanse
No asphalt.
of impervious surface there, which is then gonna change the ruralness of the barn, but the building itself, I'm okay. I'm more concerned with the hardscape.
Yeah, we obviously have to come back with a big hardscape plan for this. And I don't believe there's any asphalt involved.
Okay. Is that it, Val? Abby, did you want to voice your comment?
I don't know if I do. It's just that on the front elevation, that little strip that's just below the roof, the eave, until before it gets to the porch, there's a strip of
Lights.
siding there. I think it would be cleaner if the roof went right up, but I don't know if it's possible because
They'd lose their
Yeah.
C windows on the gable end. I mean, they would.
I don't know. If
But-
it doesn't bother anybody else, I actually like the drawing. a
It
lot.
actually doesn't bother me. And I
Okay.
think that Steven's suggestion to drop the eave
Yep.
would be a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Further discussion on this one?
I'll go.
Go ahead, Diane.
That, it looks like the house dwelling, the dwelling on the site looks like it has a gravel driveway. Did you see that, Val? Yeah.
It's some gravel, Diane, and some dirt and some grass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're not gonna
That's
put
more-
any
that's
hardscape in
more
there.
Keeping in the cap than anything more formal.
Yep.
Otherwise, I don't have a problem with it. We discuss any problem. I think it would be good. I'd like to see that type of driveway on, around it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I think we can move this one.
Motion to approve through staff, subject to lowering changing the covered porch to a 412 pitch
Okay.
by lowering the beam.
Perfect.
Hardscape to follow.
Yep.
In other words, we're not approving a hardscape
Yeah.
plan right now. Okay, very good.
We'll be back. with
Okay, that
shortly.
is Stephen's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Thank
Okay,
you.
motion carries.
See how much easier that is.
Okay,
Let somebody else.
yeah,
go
of
in?
course. And
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
was
be
just
off.
gonna say that.
You're gonna be
I know you
chairing
are.
a few
That's
in a
why I
moment.
Got in there.
Well, listen, I'm sure that the poor guys that are sitting over there doing nothing would appreciate.
I'll sit out the next two also.
Okay,
Well,
so
Val, you know this project.
now, where are we in a rotation? And
I'd rather
Carrie, I
have
think
somebody
we're
who
back
sat
around
on
to you,
this,
right?
Mr. Chairman.
What?
I'd rather have somebody who sat on this. This is part of my 35 lots out here. And I don't want to start over with people
Well,
who
who's
never
the
sat on
somebody who
it.
sat on it? I have no idea.
You sat on it, Steve sat on it,
Well, yeah,
Val,
but other than the regular
Diane.
members.
none of them, but I believe Carrie
Harry
was here for
sat
some
on
of them.
one of
Well, I
them.
was suggesting Carrie because I think she's
Yeah,
next.
I
in
think
the
she sat on
rotation
some of them.
anyway.
She sat on lot 93
Okay,
anyway.
okay, so let's go with that. So
All right,
that's,
now originally these 16 that I brought in landscape for were supposed to be heard by you guys tomorrow on a special meeting, so we didn't have to do this, waste time in here. But because we're closing on these, we needed to get the hardscape done, the landscaping done on these structures before we could get back before you for the rest of them.
okay.
So apparently we're going to be coming up on, is it the 16th? I think that's where we went with all of them, was the 16th.
Okay,
So we didn't tie up everybody in here with 16 of these things, but these two we had to move forward because they have other things going on here.
all right.
So the first one is 3 Honeysuckle. That is the very first one coming into that development. If you go down Beach Grass, you take that left, it's the very first house. And number 11 Honeysuckle is the very last one of those 5. So they're all on the left side facing Housing Nantucket, that direction, facing Old South Road. So the first one, I believe you should look at the hardscape plan. It's pretty simple. Want to pull them up? Adrian, do you have access to them?
There's more up there.
They're all in there together, but you pulled those two out.
For those of us working on the screens, we got it. You're talking about the hardscape that shows the color things? Yes.
Okay, so where are we now then? Jesse, Carrie, Steve, you and Diane?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I can't see it because it's not up on the screen.
It's page 6, actually page 5.
It won't go
Yeah,
up there.
page 5
They're all
of
scanned.
12.
Can I ask Linda a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Linda, Diane has a
No.
question.
Sometime we asked Dinah if she had a,
Oh, this isn't Dinah.
no, I know it's not. I just was saying, she made us a landscape of all the buildings along.
Well,
They're
there, that
coming.
exists. That exists in this package. If you look at sheet 4 out of 12, it shows you the overall. But because I think of construction timing,
Yeah.
they need to expedite just these 2 applications.
Yeah, see the other 14.
So there is an
That's
overall
exactly what I
plan.
was asking, but that's all right.
Yeah. Oh, that was not why you were asking?
I wanted to know what the houses looked like and where the vegetation fit in, that was all.
Well, so
it's on the
that
plan.
does show up on, it's sheet 4 of 12.
Okay.
It shows a whole bunch
I
of
got
trees and,
412.
yeah, and it shows all the buildings. It
And so
shows
you
where the
know-
green
You
is. It
guys
shows
have
where
this
the,
one, right? Right?
what?
You have this one, correct?
Yeah, yeah,
These trees that you see on here
yeah.
are required by the planning board. So
Good.
this isn't just fluff. These are the trees that we are required to plant.
Okay.
Love
you're
that.
required to.
Yes,
Okay.
Okay.
but they're outside the lot line, so I just wanted you to see what the whole thing looked
Mhm.
like. So this
Okay.
one is 72. You have a
Yeah, I
patio.
don't have any problem with what you got there.
Okay.
All right. Did you have anything else you wanted to say on this?
No.
Okay, for those of you sitting on it, Jesse, Carrie, Stephen, Diane seems okay. Other comments, any comments?
I'm just the 6-foot wood fence right at the sort of entry of all houses. I know it's like a back alley, but you're setting yourself up for a really horrible drive-through entrance, with 6-foot fences.
Well, this one is the first one in on the corner, so
Yeah,
it
but-
doesn't have any privacy to block those lights at all. Because that's the headlights coming right into that backyard.
Well, it's gonna happen in every single house as you go through that parking thing, so. Right. I just think 6 feet, 6-foot fence. is a little bit-
The fence is up here. Way up here. This is where you come in, so this is all open.
This is all 6-foot fence
Up here. Right around the patio. That's it.
right, and that's where you're.
This is a 6 feet high, and this is a picket fence.
Yes, I get it. Okay. This is where all the cars are coming through, right?
No, this is how they come through. This is a private easement. That the
That's
planning
where they
board
all
required.
come through the park.
Yes, this is a private
And I'm
easement,
just
not a
saying,
publicly
it's
traveled
setting
way.
itself up. Okay, well, it's not a publicly, a public road, I guess, it's not a big deal, but I just think.
Linda, let me
aesthetically,
see where
for
that- where
everyone
that
who lives in that
fence is
lane,
she's
it's
talking
gonna
about.
be a bummer.
No, I'm reading that the big arched
Right.
fence is 3 feet high.
Them two kept it.
Oh, that's between. the
This
two.
is the 6 foot.
There's a driveway, common driveway
Right here?
She's just saying the fence right on the edge is probably.
Oh, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's the house.
All right, let's see. Okay, so
Right.
Jesse, do you have any opinion on this?
This is a single. We don't have any duplexes on this.
I mean, Carrie makes a point. I would definitely use room, some vegetation on it.
Oh, it's gonna be planted to crap out of that corner.
No, I mean, on the fence itself.
There isn't any room for that. They're too tight. They're too tight. And it's the easement area that the planning board required to get into the backside, so the
Look,
parking wasn't in the front side.
We've done climbing hydrangea on fences that takes up a total of like 6 inches.
Yeah, you're talking about like one
No.
mountain.
Yeah, just pop a hole in the bottom of the fence.
Yeah, there's like, it takes no space.
Along that lane,
All right.
So you want to set yourself up for success instead of walls. Everybody's driving in.
My comment is that I think Carrie said it correctly. I understand you got a space constraint, but you want to plan it with some vegetation to set yourself up for success, because just having sections of fence there, including the fact that they're disjointed in the sense that they're not connected to anything, they're freestanding. They need to be anchored with plants, and there needs to be some type of plant material to break them up along the lane.
Okay.
And that would be for all of these.
All 2 of them?
All
Well,
16 of
Oh,
them.
yeah. So like for our future discussion.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Okay, so
Do that
my
next,
own, so, well, hang on. My view, I'm going to sort of break with the pack. I think that you should set yourself up for success here. I think you should plant the bottom of the fence. Can I have
On
a
the
motion on
outside.
this?
On the easement side.
Of course, on the outside.
Okay,
You can do whatever you
No.
want on the inside.
that's the outside.
So.
Yeah, just the
through
picket.
Staff.
Not this.
Here's the motion. Shh. Stephen.
Plant material, every other section, climbing plant material, every other section. is 6 foot fence.
Hold on.
Anchor the ends with privet or some such material.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Is this the sort of thing that we can apply that same thing to both of these, or should we review them separately?
They're very similar. One has less on it than the other.
You mean that, no, I mean that motion applies to the two that,
Well, if everyone else is comfortable with it.
well, I think so. I mean, I know I am. Okay, so Stephen's motion, and this motion is for both of these applications, 3 and 11 honeysuckle,
Okay.
would be to plant, as he described, along the length of the fence.
Every other section and privet or some other material to anchor the ends.
Steve, why don't you say every section? Because they're only like three
Every
sections
section.
long. They're only 3 sections long. There's
Well,
not a lot of
because a plant-
sections.
A plant's not going to cover
Yeah.
more than a section.
Yeah, well, the honeysuckle, if you put it in the middle, once it acclimates, it'll be 3 years, it'll cover the whole fence.
Okay.
Okay, so we all understand Stephen's motion, and on Stephen's motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that was that.
Well, if you want to do all the other 14 of them, they're on the agenda.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Don't worry. Now that we've broken the ice on it, you know what we're after. Okay, so Abby gets to chair the next few.
I do.
You certainly do, ma'am. We're on old business of January 31st.
Who's Oliver Thornwell? Wow, it's a small board.
Well, I just want to say one thing quickly, if I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
February 7th is within our grasp.
I know.
We're getting so close.
This is, I really think we should stop.
This will be our.
Stop it.
Now, Abby. Motion to adjourn.
Yeah. Oh. Chip, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good. You're a little echoey though. Do you have something else on?
I don't have anything else on. I'll speak a little more closely to the computer. It's probably just an echo in my room.
Okay.
Is it okay? I could. You want me
Yep,
to try
no,
and-
you're good. You're good. Go. What do you
Good
got?
evening. All right. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for proposed revisions at 33 Cliff Road. And am I able to share the screen? All right.
Go ahead.
Okay, it is. Should be sharing now. And you should see, if I did it correctly, the cover page for the main house.
Yep.
Okay, so at the last meeting, there were, I think we've got it now. Hopefully, there were two requests. I'm sorry, there were three requests at the last meeting. One was to include the elevation of the existing without any changes as it is now, which is in the upper left. The second was to change and then our previous submission is in the upper right. Change the widow's walk from 2 bays to 3 bays to remove the post over the gable and to reduce the size of the portico. We've reduced it 1 foot in height, 1 foot in width, and we also scaled down the size of the columns, which were requested. We did have in the previous submission a proposed accessible ramp on the left-hand side of the entry. And not at the last meeting, but in previous meetings, there were commissioners who had expressed concern with that. So we have removed that completely. So those are the current proposals for the front. If we go to the rear, we can see the request here of changing the widow's walk is also reflected on this side. Again, we do have, we've added the existing elevation in the upper left. And there were previous requests to remove a proposed middle dormer, which we have removed. So those are, that is it. I turn it out. Well, actually, let me show you one more thing that we've added. We have some photographs from the bottom of the hill behind You can see here what is visible is a portion of the roof from a couple of locations. So I just wanted to add that in as well. All right, thank you. I turn over the board for comments.
Okay, very good. Holly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to just confirm that staff actually has what's being proposed or what's being shown on the screen, because what's available on our view pack is different. So I just want to make that clear for the record. Make sure we do have it. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Basically, as long as you have it, what's online is not that one. So that's good. Thank you, Chip. Appreciate the existing structure showing the existing conditions. That's very important whenever there's proposed changes for an existing structure. It shows the evolution of the review, but more importantly, the existing conditions. And I appreciate the removal of the proposed middle dormer on the rear of the roof. And that was of concern. Appreciate the front portico. However, I do believe that there was concern voiced previously about reducing that down a little bit more. And I want to say, oh, and then also the photographs that were provided. Would you mind scrolling back to those?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So these viewpoints are from, what street is that?
North something?
Is that South Water Street or North Water Street? No, Beach Street.
Beach Street, I believe.
Beach Street. This is what I was mentioning at the last meeting. This is very, very helpful to be able to discern what's going to be visible and what's not. So I'll leave it up for the commission as far as this elevation goes, but it's very, very telling and very helpful. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly.
Yes.
You.
Thank you, Mickey Rowland. Could you, the front elevation. I still would say that the portico is a little bit overscaled. And I think if it could just be, it could come down. You can see that the door, which is right in the middle, of course, is 6'8", and there's quite a bit of space above the door. I just think that if the porch beam were dropped another 6 inches or so, and maybe if the roof pitch were steepened a little bit, that might just give a little bit more definition to that porch. So that's really it. Thanks.
Thanks, Mickey. Board members.
I agree with that assessment of the portico. Also, I don't think.
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear the comments right now.
Sorry, did you hear what Mickey said about the portico?
I heard Mickey's and then it sounded like somebody started to speak after and I couldn't.
Yeah, that was me. Sorry, Chip. I'm just in agreement with that. I also want to say, in my mind, you can have a ramp there. If you need a ramp, you should have a ramp. I have no problem with that. And then also, I think the roof walk should be detailed like the original one, open legs, not a skirt. But the rest of it, I'm okay with. I appreciate you reducing down the rear dormers to 2. That's it.
Thank you, Carrie. Val or Diane, anybody ready over here?
I'm with what Mickey said, and Carrie also, there should be, this one who says there should be a ramp, maybe in the back too. Man wants to come in the front or the back. It's a long way around if he needs to get in and go when he doesn't need it, but it should be there. Chip, which is way that I have the north elevation.
That's correct. Yeah. So you want to look at the north elevation? Here we go.
Which way does?
So the south elevation that we were just looking at is what you see from Cliff Road.
Yeah.
And the north elevation faces Beach Street. And that's
Okay.
what I added those photos that show that you'll see the top of the roof, but the rest of it is you don't see the rest of it from beach. The only proposed change on the rest of the house was the fenestration change at that second floor, which at an earlier review, the board felt was okay, but I have bubbled that just to show that that was part of the overall proposed changes.
I just felt that the north elevation had lots of fenestration in it. I don't know that reducing it, it's just very busy as far as windows, and then the 3-section roof walk. I don't mind the roof walk. It comes in there. And the skirt doesn't go down too far. But I didn't know whether on the second floor up over the front door, you have that long deck right there and 3 French doors. I was wondering if
That exists.
that's existing.
Mhm.
So he's not going to change anything on the existing. All right.
Just that far left, just that.
Yeah, maybe over on the left-hand side where you had 3 windows put together. I don't know. I wanted them separated. I think I was the one who suggested it, but it's sort of massive. I don't know whether they can be regular. What are they? Are they French doors?
Is a question for me?
Those are windows.
Yeah, so just, I'm sorry.
No, I just think there's a lot of them. I'm probably the only one to think so, but.
Well, I just wanted to point out, I think Carrie might have mentioned, is that everything on this rear elevation is existing
Yeah.
except what is bubbled. So all those 3 French doors in the middle and everything are all existing.
Yeah, I
And-
see they are.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, and then also, here's the view from Beach Street of what you,
Yeah,
okay.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Val?
I agree with what's been said, specifically no skirt on the roof walk, mods to the portico. I think no one had a problem with the ramp if it's needed. And I think we were just thinking, once it's not needed anymore, to remove it, which is our general. And that's my only comments.
Thanks, Val. So back to the portico, which we will see from Cliff Road. The roof looks a little squat to me. I wish it had a little more depth to it. And I think the columns are on the skinny side. I'd like to see them. I don't know, they just look sort of out of scale.
Are they tapered?
They're tapered. They're
I think
tapered.
if Mickey's suggestion of dropping the beam down
Yeah, I like that.
6 to 8 inches, that will help, because then all the detail of the columns will come down too. And
Yeah.
so they'll be the right proportion.
And
I
then, yeah.
think raising the pitch as well.
Yeah, I like that. And maybe another fascia strip below that might cut down on that too. It looks a little slim for a sort of a portico, like a classical portico to me. Does anybody want to make a motion to?
Could I make a quick comment?
Yes.
First of all, I totally agree with that. And I think that those are easy changes that we could hopefully make through staff to
Yeah.
drop it 6 inches, increase the hip by that same 6 inches, and to remove the skirted boards from the window swap.
Yeah, I think if you bring that down, maybe the columns won't be so skinny and you won't have to change those. They'll just sort of,
Bring them down.
yeah, be more in scale.
I'll do that as a motion.
So the motion would be to not have
Approve no skirt on the roof walk ramp if you want, and the portico roof to drop 6 to 8 inches, along with the post detailing and the roof to expand in height a tiny bit.
Thank you, Carrie. On your motion.
Aye. Oh, everybody. can-
Aye.
Val, Diane? Aye. Aye. That passes. Thank you. Thanks, Chip.
Thank you, everyone. And I have,
This one.
I'm still with you because we got the next one.
Yeah, we've got the tiny little guest cottages.
Yeah, so Chip Webster again, have the applicant, same address at 33 Cliff. What we're looking at now is a proposed addition to the guest house. As requested by the board, we are showing in the upper left as it exists now. We do have the previous submission in the middle, and then we have this, the proposed current submission on the bottom. What I haven't included were this has been before the board probably 4 or 5
Hold on,
times.
Chip,
in
I
total.
think we've got the other one up. I think we have the other guest cottage. Does everybody have the one he's talking about?
Yes, it's,
Is
Yeah,
it the
I-
bottom one?
no.
I'm sharing the guest cottage if on the screen, if that's what you say.
The old one and the new one.
Okay, all right, I'm on board. Go ahead, Chip.
Okay, so what I started to say is there were, it's been before the board a number of times. Originally, the proposed addition was sort of a linear extension of the existing cottage to the left. The board thought it might be better to rotate the addition to create it as going in the other direction. And we've had a couple of reviews with that proposal. And each time the board just responded, it was too big on that return. So we are currently proposing that the gable return proposed addition that returns back is the same height of the existing, same ridge height and same eave height. And further, that the dormers on that, you can see on the sides of that match the ones that are on the existing street side of the current one. There was a comment at the last round on the proposed large door that is on that north elevation. And I do want to point out here on the site plan that points straight back into the property. So that does not face Cliff or not even in that direction. So in any case, I turn it over to the board for comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, this existing structure, along with all the other structures on the lot, circa 1980s, non-contributing, the Horchow family. Appreciate the change to a gable. I still believe that it competes with the existing. Appreciate that this rendition that's up on the screen versus what we have online, that the ridge meets. However, I do believe that it should be more subordinate than the original, especially right up on Cliff Road. These plans before us on the screen actually show the as-built elevations, where the ones we had before do not. Let's see, the south gable, which I don't know which, I think it's that one. Yes, there it is. Let's see. Oh, okay. My bad. It's kind of hardship, and I don't know if the commissioners have the same problem. They're probably looking at the same thing I made my comments on. The
south gable is the street side, if that helps.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm sorry not to be cutting off, but just to give you some more clarity information. So that south elevation is what you would see from the street. And part of it, as you can see, we are proposing an entry door on that side, which we think it gives it more of an identity of a cottage as opposed to the other. So I'm sorry, back to you, Holly.
Not a problem. Thank you, Chip. I do appreciate the removal that you had of the 4-light in the top of the gable. The east side seemed to be a little simpler. I don't believe nano doors are appropriate. However, I don't believe that they will be visible. Still, anything in the OHG that have these type of doors should be a 12 light with a kick panel as consistent with others. I believe that was it. I think the main thing is you are changing the flanking structures that are going into this this site, and they are right up on the road, and having that streetscape, retaining appropriate character is important. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Yeah, I'm going to reiterate what Holly just said. And the two buildings that are there now, they're sort of like bookends. They kind of match, and they frame the entrance very nicely. And this really changes the one on the right to become a whole separate cottage. I think it just changes the whole landscape. And it's also right up, the facade you're looking at, the gable is right up close to the street. Last time, I think everybody suggested that whole mass be pushed further away from the street to the back of the property where there's ample room to do it. And I might just go further to say that, maybe the entrance and the facade of this building really shouldn't be facing Cliff Road. It should be more inward, so that it's not creating a whole separate property facing the street.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay, board members.
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
I appreciate the idea of making it look like a separate cottage, but where I'm struggling is that it is right on the setback line. So that door is probably fake. There's no stoop under it. It's just floating. And
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I hate to interrupt, but I believe we lost Chip. That's why we have no plans up on the screen. Oh, there he is.
Where'd he go?
He's zooming back in. I just wanted to let you know he was not there.
Which door did you think you spoke? Oh, hold
Right
on,
here.
Val, till we see the whites of his eyes.
Yes, it is.
Do we have music for?
Hey, Chip, we lost you, but you're back.
There you are. Chip, you're muted. Oh,
No, this is me.
Chip, if you're having trouble with the screen.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you.
Yep. Okay, Val.
All right, sorry, team. I got disconnected. There was a power outage here.
Oh, where are
Um,
you?
Not here.
I am in Costa Rica,
All righty then.
Pretty dedicated.
working remotely. So
Working
unfortunately,
very
I don't know if I
remotely.
can share the screen tomorrow. I heard Mickey's comments and then I disconnected. Sorry.
Okay, so we've got Val now.
well, then did he hear Holly's? Yeah, Holly went first, right? Okay. No, Chip, what I was saying is that I feel like the gable forward, while it's a good idea to make it seem like it's a cottage facing the street, the door is right up on the setback. So that won't have a stoop or anything. It will stay floating. So it's probably not a door that will actually get used. I do think that there should be some differential between what's the main portion of the house and a secondary add-on. And I think it should be pushed back from the facade that's there somewhat.
Okay, great. Thank you, Val. Diane.
Oh, catch somebody else's. I just try to.
Well, did Carrie go? Carrie?
I haven't gone.
Oh, okay.
And I think this is, it's a good looking little cottage, but listening to everybody and realizing that they're totally right. But it seems to me that the only successful addition to something like this is going to be a 1-story, more of a T setup than an L. because of its presence on the street with the other building, there is something really special about that. So it's just a bummer because it's a cute little cottage, but it's pretty massive, really.
Diane? I agree with that. I'd like to see it reduced in some size. I don't know whether the second floor could be taken off behind the gable or what, how can you reduce it down? It should.
So I actually have an idea that I think could solve everything. I could try describing it, or we could hold if you wanted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let me just, I just want to reiterate, just, I'm the last one to go, that I like, you know, the way it is now, Mickey referred to it as being bookends, but they were spread out enough so that it's really, with the two together, it's really closing in that driveway and sort of cutting it off. So I would like to see them. I think the length also on Cliff Road is pretty long. So I think holding for revisions might be the way to go.
I think I'll make that motion and then.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
To make it more additive massing
Mhm.
as opposed to just continuation of the existing main mass.
Chip, any questions on that?
I appreciate all the comments. I think I understand all of them. And I think I have an idea that will solve everything, but we'll find out.
Yeah.
Okay.
After
I
you
did
have
hear Val's comment.
Yeah.
Val, yes, I did hear your additional comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. Well, good. And then we have one more, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the next one's easy. It's the garage.
Great.
Yeah, we didn't even.
All right. So this is the other building, the other bookend building at the driveway. If we look at the same as the others, we have included the existing, the previous, and the current proposal. So in previous rounds of review, most of the comments were relative to the street side, where we had proposed a larger gable in the middle, and the comment was that the gables should match the existing, the smaller single ones. So that's really the only change on, I'm sorry, on the street side, there are two existing, we're proposing three. So they are spread out a little bit. The biggest concern of the board was in the most recent presentation. I think the next sheet will show it better, where the client wanted a pretty sizable garage with 4 bays. That's an extension going into the property. And there were two concerns of the board. One, the length of it and the sheer number of bays. But the second was that the ridge line on that proposed addition was pretty close to the existing ridge line. So we changed both of those. We've removed 2 completely, and we've lowered the ridge line on addition. So it is now proposed to be the 2 additional bays. Let me think if there's anything else. There is a proposed, that barn door that's on the ground elevation on the left was part of the previous applications. So I just want to point out that it's not there. You can see in the existing right now, there's just a blank wall. So that is part of the proposed new work, even though it's not bubbled because it was part of the previous application. All right. Thanks, everyone. Turn it over to you.
Thanks, Chip. Good job. Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this flanking accessory structure, I guess, if you will, also is a circa 1980 originally garage. Appreciate the reduction in the number of bays, as the commission really discussed that last time. I do think the scale still needs to change a little bit. with eliminating the need for, I know it's use, but that space above that garage somehow, or making it just smaller by lowering the eave to make it more subordinate, but appreciate the change to the middle south dormer. And again, I just want to mention, I believe that the plans that are online are not the same ones, but we do have them in-house. So commissioners might want to look at the screen above instead of in your tablet. Those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Yeah, I mean, if these are different, I can't really tell, but we had no concerns with the last proposal. But I'm not really sure if that's what I'm looking at. So.
Yeah, it is.
It looks the same to me on mine.
What's online actually doesn't show the existing condition up here.
Oh, I have it.
I think
Oh, you
they
do?
added 'em.
Yeah,
Oh,
because there's
All
two
right.
different.
I've got the four
files.
Then don't-
garage doors on mine. and we
Don't
just-
listen to me right now.
Okay. Okay, so no concerns. That's good. Board members.
I kind of don't either. I mean, this is a massive house and this looks like a really cute little carriage house to go along with the massive house. And I mean, the 4-bay was silly.
Yeah.
But the ridge was dropped a few feet. I guess just a foot, but it makes a difference because the existing is a couple feet taller than it. So I think it's good.
Okay, in general, I think the massing is much better, but I think there's a disconnect for me again. The doors are floating. It looks like there's a deck underneath these garage doors. I don't know how you get into them
Oh, that's
the
interesting.
as a garage.
Didn't even notice that.
But I do appreciate the reduction, and I would go along with, I think somebody said maybe lowering the eave line of the extension a little bit, and that would be it. But I think the doors have to drop down or something.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
something's
a
not
weird
right here.
drawing.
All the doors are floating.
In the plan, it shows them as garage
Do-
doors.
Are you
I think it's
catching
just-
what we're saying about how do you get in those
Yeah,
garage doors with the 2 steps?
Yes, I absolutely agree. That's obvious. That's an easy fix. Those are intended to be garage doors you could drive a car into. So obviously you need to be able to drive in. So those, we can adjust those accordingly quite simply.
Okay, okay, that's good.
So that
Diane?
eave line could come down.
Yeah, well, you can come up with the idea of how to do it. With the 2-door garage and stuff, it's good, it makes that much smaller. He's got to just make some sort of ramp to get the cars in the garage.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'd like to see that roof come down just a little bit if you can. I don't know what you have above the garage as far as living is concerned. But in his proposal, I like the way he's dropped that down, so I think that's enough.
Motion to hold for some minor
You
revisions.
yeah.
don't think we can do this through staff?
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
because if he drops the
It
garage.
seems like they're
doors
pretty
4 inches above
straightforward.
grade,
Hold on,
the eave
Chip.
Could come down.
Mhm.
So we
Okay.
could do it through staff.
Go.
Can you?
Chip, we think if you draw the doors, just a few inches above the grade, then you can drop the eave down of the addition. So the eve of the
Yeah,
existing mass is a little bit higher than the addition and it will still work. So that's my,
I love it. I think it's a big improvement and they'll drop that whole thing.
just a little, bit. Yeah,
I
just,
can do that.
okay.
All right, all in favor of
Thank
Carrie's
you.
motion?
Aye.
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 Now I'm gonna write it.
Through
Through
staff.
staff.
Thanks, Chip.
Let's move it.
We've got.
Thanks, everyone. Have a beautiful evening.
You have
Bye-bye.
another
Thanks. We don't
one.
even have to tell
What
you
about
to have one because
Kendrick?
you are in Costa Rica.
No, that
Kendrick.
next one is on hold.
Oh, it's on hold. Okay.
Yeah.
All
I told Esmeralda, and I'm pretty sure she confirmed that she got that.
Okay,
that one
thanks,
was on
Chip.
hold.
Take some swims for us down there.
Thanks, everyone. I will. The howler monkeys are starting to howl now that the electricity's
Oh,
back on.
God, I want to see them.
All right.
Okay,
Bye, everyone. Thanks.
bye. So now we have 9 Woodbury Lane. James. What?
Sorry.
James, are you on?
on something.
You have a job.
Mr. Chair, I don't see James at the moment. He did email Esmeralda and I earlier today to say that he may not be in the queue at the right time that this comes up, but
Oh.
to hold it.
Motion to hold for representation.
Yeah, okay. And
This is Lindsay. James just texted me earlier, said he said by 7 he should be around. Let me just text him because I'm up next with him. I'm on the landscape, but I think that we were holding to track with the house.
Mhm.
So why don't we take that up?
Yeah, so why don't we hold both of you guys till he's on?
Okay.
Do we need to move that or do we just skip over?
Let's just skip.
We just skip over and he'll come back.
Let's go into.
Okay, so now we're in a new
February
business.
7th.
So Stephen gets his wish.
Let's go.
It's Christmas in February. February 7th, new business.
We're also within the 3-week target zone here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
so
is
no
this
more
is fantastic.
complaining about 6.
Okay, let's go.
All right, let's go. So let's see. Jason, are you on?
Pass it down to Val after you sign it.
He just logged on.
I'm gonna sit off this because I wasn't on any of it, so somebody who was on it can sit on it.
Okay. Connie, you ready?
You want to sit on?
You want to sit on it? Okay. Let's make sure we get Jason
Oh,
though.
I'm gonna go sit.
Yeah.
He is here. He's just muted.
Hey, Jason, you're muted, friend. Jason,
We're still looking at this.
it's a revision. I mean, we passed stuff a while.
You still muted though.
Jason, you're muted.
Okay, there we are. Geez.
There we are.
Had all these
Okay.
little pop-ups saying I have to agree to the terms
Hmm.
of Zoom.
Okay, so
Sorry.
we're at 55 Easton.
Yes.
And let's see. You have, who was sitting off of this? Val, you're sitting off?
Yeah, I was never on any of it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay. So Jason, you got Diane, Abby, me, Stephen, and Connie
Okay.
on this. So go ahead, tell us what you're doing.
Well, okay, this was, as you know, was approved already. And we had to go to Conservation Commission.
Mhm.
And through several months of going back and forth with them, there was a wetland behind this property that Bracken was not aware of from the GIS maps. Long story short, when we were approved to shift the house to the left 5 feet, that made our encroachment on the wetland worse. So through those meetings, we decided to shift it back to its original location. However, they still weren't happy with that the current location, given the fact that we were adding, a new addition to the existing structure. So long story short, we agreed to move the structure the minimum amount of 2 feet. And this, instead of being over 5 feet to the west, now we're 2 feet to the south.
To the south.
The south. So it's back to its original location as far as you look at the house left to right, but we're sliding it towards Easton Street 2 feet. And by doing so, the Conservation Commission approved the design.
So everything else is the same? The
Everything
design
else is the same. That's it. Yep.
All right. I think we all understand what you're suggesting. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you all remember this is the circa 1912 Radford bungalow kit house that you all reviewed. In compliance with Resilient Nantucket for the proposed elevation, you all approved a historic determination on the structure as well. I was just curious on the reason, and I appreciate Jason's clarification on the reasons why. I have no problems with this proposal.
Very
Thank you,
good.
Mr. Chair.
Mickey?
This is not to do with the windows, I'm assuming. It's a
No,
different.
this is, no.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
so-
if we want to
that might
discuss windows,
be-
we can.
No, we're only moving the
Yeah,
house.
and we're okay with the move.
Okay, so there it is. Sounds pretty benign.
I'm okay with the move too.
Okay, Abby's good with the move.
Me too.
Diane is, Connie?
too.
All right, Stephen?
I'm moving the motion. to
There,
move.
there we go. So Stephen has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, everyone who's in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Very good. Okay, 196 Hummock.
Okay, who's on this one?
Do you want to be on this one?
Sure.
Yeah.
Shall I go off? Or what?
No, we got Val
Oh,
still off.
Oh, all right.
You know, this is new business, right?
Well, she
know.
mean, it's revisions, like there was something approved here. Yeah. Okay, Jason, what you got?
Okay, so this was a garage barn, and we decided to reduce the overall size of the structure by quite a bit.
No kidding.
And so it's kind of a redesign, but it looks very similar to the previous design, more or less. Kind of chopped off a wing. And now it's overall like 22 feet wide, 21 feet deep, or 20 feet deep. And otherwise the same.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, listen, folks, I think you'll see that at least a third of this building is gone now, and it's pretty much the same design that we approved. Stephen would like to just move this through. Does anybody have any objections or concerns with doing that?
No.
All right, so
Motion to approve is submitted.
Stephen's made a motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
He's driving and like coming up from Florida.
Hold like not tonight, hold?
Yeah, not tonight.
Okay, so somebody move to hold Ethan's. This will be the regular board. Thank you, Abby. Stephen has made a motion to hold this for representation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, Joe, your turn. We're going into warp overdrive now. Oh, I love these though.
Those are from Diane.
Mm-hmm. Totally love them.
You guys ready?
Yep.
Okay.
So what are we doing? 15 Morley Lane?
We're doing 9 Sherburne Way.
Sherburne Way.
Oh, you know what? I have to recuse from this, right?
Can I add one thing? Maybe you'll change your mind,
This is that next door neighbor, right?
which
The
the
old,
contractor said that the client would be ecstatic if that house went away. Does that change your opinion?
you mean my client?
Your client's contractor, yes. I
Really?
saw- Yeah,
All right.
okay, I'll go. So you guys have seen this before, but we pulled it because we were getting too many gaps in between meetings, so we just figured we would bring it back in and restart. But basically, this is an application for a partial relocation of recycle of 9 Sherburne Way. And the remaining significant part of the house from 1923 will be relocated over to Pumpkin Pond Farm, and he's going to reuse it as his dry flower building. We were hoping to use the entire building in the recycle program, but sadly we weren't able to do that. So we're saving the original part of the house. I know you all wanted a barn. That was one request made. And we just really want an open space. So we're gonna save as much of the building as we can. Anything you do not see in red is the original part of the house that will be relocated. Tuscan is gonna pick it up and move it to 25 Millbrook Road, and that's what is the next application. But to kind of give it a little bit of research, we found there's some conflicts where, it said it was built in 1940s, but the historic survey said it was 1930. However, the 1923 Sanborn map set shows a unique and oddly unidentifiable main structure of the existing building of its time, but the major alterations and additions were not completed until 1986. So basically, a quick little rundown. In 1957, the house had a gable roof and now is a gable structure. In 1965, the easterly addition was not present. Porch was different. Rear one addition and the two-story addition were not there. And then 1975, the original gambrel section was alterly extensive. It ripped off the whole second floor and rebuilt it in its entirety of today. And then they added, of course, dormers, and then they removed the second story addition and rebuilt all that. The porch was then added and glassed in. The roof walk was added. And our research shows the major alterations, the vast majority of the historic fabric was removed in 1975, now with a gambrel and two dormers. In 1986, the application was granted a permission of 162 square foot addition, alteration of the main house, adding, replacing most, if not all, of the historic windows. And they are now swapped out as Brosco windows and doors. The expansion is really designed in a northerly porch. As you can tell, it's got I don't even know if it's even a one pitch, but it's a very flat roof. Inside, we looked in, there was milled wood used, replacing portions of the roof. Piers underneath the house are cinder block, modern block used under the additions. Change of floor shows that it's been changed and altered. Like I said, the remaining structure, historic structure, is going to go to Pumpkin Pond Farm. We did hire DTA. They did a complete scan of the house at the previous application. So the house has been documented and will be saved. My client bought the property to stop a developer. She bought the two abutting properties that could have been subdivided into 3 lots, and she just wants to have open space. As you know, she bought 11 Sherburne Way, and she's kept that open and is now a dog park. So again, she just wants to keep this as open space. And as you know, that if you go back in the historic documents, the architect says that the house is unknown. The architect's unknown, the builder's unknown, the style's NA. So it really just is kind of a mongrel of a house that is out there right now. But the intent is to save all of the historic structure and bring that to 25 Millbrook Road. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as before, the structure is called Windy Side, a circa 1930 colonial arrival, possibly as early back as 1923 per the Sanborn maps, built in Sherburne Bluffs or Sherburne Heights, which was a summer subdivision from the early 1890s. This application should be, if it's going to be moved, just be a move, not a demo. I question on what is its significance, because as we know, historic structures or any structure evolves over time. I do want to emphasize a note that's in the application, and I will give a hat to my colleague on the other side of the table from Nantucket Preservation Trust, where the application says that the structure could be as early as 1891 and at latest by 1923. And there was a quote in the application that said, while this property may be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use, the structure has no distinctive materials, features, finishes, construction techniques, or examples of craftsmanship that characterize a historic property that should be compared to considered worth preserving. However, whether or not a building is worth preserving is solely the decision of the HDC, not the applicant. The structure is part of the Nantucket's development as a summer resort an important part of our National Historic Landmark designation. And I hope the HTC will take this into account in their deliberations. And I know I forwarded that on to the commission earlier today when I received it, but I thought it was very important to emphasize that section. I do appreciate the extensive information that's been available through public records by Joe in his office. Very, very much appreciative. That's going to be beneficial when the town gets this section of our historic and cultural resource surveys. And on that note, I want to mention that the old HTC surveys on file, which Joe had mentioned, where there wasn't anything recognizable as far as pertinent or noteworthy, is because the methodology of our surveys from 1989 has increased substantially. Unfortunately, we have just started really updating them. They should be updated every 5 to 10 years at the latest. So I mentioned that there's probably more information out there of when this particular structure was constructed and whom it may have been constructed by, but I would just emphasize the subdivision in which it was created in, that was built for our summer destinations for our summer visitors. I would appreciate that the structure is portion of the structure is being saved. Again, overall I question on, do we know that this section is the earliest section that's being moved? That's kind of my thing. It's kind of hard to really discern from the plans, but I'll take Joe's word for it. Thank you. Mr. Chair.
No, and Linda came in with me. So that's where we went through and looked at every single wall, and you could tell what has been altered, changed, milled. The flooring has been changed. So listen, this is my second historic demo. I don't like coming up here. I'm glad that Marty is stepping up to save the original part of the house. So yeah, it's just, it's been altered so significantly. It's really lost a lot of its character, sadly. That's a 1975 gambrel. You can see it. There's two down the street from Mr. Garibrandt's house, and I think the other one is the Albright's house. So it comes from that era, which is fine, but I don't think that you guys would approve this as a whole. In pieces, yes, but I'm not speaking on want to sit in your seats, but I'm basically, if I came in with this house, I don't think you guys would really allow this to go forward without a major alteration.
Mr. Chair, through you to
Yeah,
Joe
ahead, Holly.
and probably Rick as well, sitting back there. I hope if this is something that the owner is wanting to have in, an open field, that they would look at what is available to them as far as maybe a conservation restriction. I'm just throwing that out there as a planner. So thank you.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. The intent is not to demo anything not in red. That's just what is in red would be demoed. So just to clarify.
But to be clear, actually, okay, we'll get to that in a second, but Mickey, go ahead.
Yes, thanks. Somewhere in this application is a photograph from 1939, an aerial view from 1939. You could pull that up. That would be really
Yeah, we
helpful.
saw that.
So this is not in the old historic district. Right.
Right, I understand. Yeah.
Hey, Esme, can you pull up sheet HDC Redux 3, please?
Redux 3.
Thank you. It's a black and white image.
Yep.
I can't get the page panel. 18 of 30. I guess I
Say
can.
it's 18 of 30, yes. You said 1938, right, Mickey?
It says it's 38 or 39.
Well, it's
We'll go with 38.
scribbled in
That's-
38.
That's the exact same structure that we're looking at today.
That's a gable.
Now
That's a
you can,
gable.
you can see to the left, the lower left, you can even see the bay window. That's the second floor bay. It's kind of an odd right there. To me, that's the same structure that we're looking at today. And this is 1938. This is an old traditional summer community area. I think if you want to demolish a cottage from that era, would be a real shame for the HTC to approve that. It's not what you're here for. You're here for preservation. And the last time you looked at this, I think everyone on the board said that this house should be saved. So I think I would hopefully you would continue with that thought. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Let's see, did we get everybody other than board members to speak on this? I think so.
There was a letter from Mary. Yeah, that's what I was.
She read that, yeah. Yeah, okay. Who would like to begin?
Well, I'd just like to get a clarification. Can we go to the image before that? 1957?
I'd like to know what that is too. That's an entirely different building. And look at the houses next to it. It's not even the same property.
Which one are you looking at, Stephen?
The image prior to, yeah, that one.
57?
Yeah, I'm not sure what,
I think that's a CAD thing. I think it focused in on that. So that's an error. But I originally had cut that and cropped it.
oh, so you've shown the
I have
image.
another
but it's
image,
the
yeah.
Portion of this image that you
Yeah,
wanted
and
to
you
show
guys
is not
saw it
on
all
the screen.
before, so I apologize.
Gotcha, okay.
That was, yeah,
So this is irrelevant.
it is irrelevant.
It doesn't look like the same building.
I accept that explanation, thanks.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Okay, folks.
Well, I can take a stab
Yeah,
at it, but
go.
I mean, we already went through this. It's part of a summer community that was built. It's a historic community where summer houses were like this, and this is, I don't know, what was it called, Holly? Something Heights? Well, yeah, it's called Windy Side, but it was part of a, it sits up there. It's like an iconic building that sits on the highest point, looking out over, looking right over the, not the harbor, but that
The
north
Sound.
side. Yeah, the Sound. I believe it's historic, maybe towards the back. It doesn't have the right scaling, but I've seen a lot of historic gambrels that are very wide like that. It's not, it's as it is now, still has a lot of its old bones. And I think destroying this, moving it, taking it apart is as Mickey says, it's not what we're here for. We're here to preserve. And this is part of our summer culture. And
Our last meeting, you said if we could recycle the older part of the structure, that's what we're doing. If we could take it apart and turn it.
so
One
we're not
quote
gonna
was,
have-
can we
we're not
turn
gonna
it
have
into a
back and
barn?
forth, are we?
Yeah, Joe, let Abby finish, sorry.
I'd also point of order, Mr. Chair. I don't think it's appropriate for us to be talking about our mission and our interpretations of the mission or having members of the public comment.
Okay.
We're either it's appropriate or it's not, and we reference where in our guidebook or our rules and regulations that is such.
Noted.
It's just my opinion, but
Okay.
I think that's what's coming down the pike with the independent review.
So thanks, and Abby, continue.
That's
said
what I
your
have.
piece?
I think it is a historic structure. It is iconic. It's an iconic setting. And it is part of our history in that it's a house that was built as a summer house. And it's not in my bones to demolish it.
Okay.
I'll go.
All right, Diane, go ahead. Thank you.
I agree with Abby. What they've got left, you go down to the different parts, what they got left to take out to the new location is nothing left of it. You wouldn't know, how would you put it together? You've got one thing that's only got a post. Is not
Oh,
typical, and there needs to be more identification of the old building. We're going now at 1923. Is that outright, Holly? 1923?
That's based on the Sanborn maps. The HDC survey said 1930.
1930. But, and it's not a building that would be bad remaining there. It doesn't, it does not look out of place. It fulfills everything that's there. And I think that we should, if you look at the demolition set elevations, there's nothing left of it. So, why bother to save 3 windows and a post? I think it should not be demoed.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Val?
Well, I was happy seeing some of it get reused, although it was a small part, but now that Mickey's pointed out the 1938 image, I took a little picture of the footprint and it sure as heck does look the same. So now I'm conflicted.
You mean the footprint?
It looks
From
like,
it basically looks like the photo.
yeah,
Okay. Anything more on that, Val?
no, not right this second.
Okay,
So because that
Hold
iPhone
it.
has been passed around, that needs to be shared publicly.
okay.
It's a
Um,
picture of the house.
I've sent
Okay.
them to Holly.
Okay.
Stephen,
Yeah, I agree. I would like to have that in the public record so I can see it too. I just think it's interesting, the part you see from the street, if the structure is not,
I took them last summer.
where is that viewed from?
that's from the water. That's from the bluff side.
Yeah.
Right. okay.
That's not from the road.
That's the,
From the cliff.
Yeah.
You can flip through them.
Hinging on the 38, 39 picture, so I don't know exactly, but
Hmm.
given the initial testimony by the applicant's agent, the most historic part of the structure isn't actually visible from the street, or at least not from most of the street. So I'll make that comment. I'm with Val, though. I'm conflicted with the information, Joe. I apologize. I know you guys did a lot of research, and that's why I'm apologizing. And, sometimes they're old, it's old information in old files. So I guess for me, though, the question is if this is not all the 1938 structure, I'm not concerned about the proposal. I would prefer that it stayed there. I would prefer that many things on Nantucket never changed. And I think that part of that is our purview, but part of it is not. If it is a 1938, 1939 structure, I'm going to be more inclined to suggest that it somehow, at least the portions that are most visible are retained and perhaps relocated on the site. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I understand what you just said, Stephen. So the 38,
My
39.
translator.
Well, here we go. So Mickey, you referenced a photograph that I believe was from 1938, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so that would be the historic part of the building, and that's basically what we have, like everything, not just the one little piece, which would be the oldest piece. Yeah, I'd like to see more documentation on the inside. You were saying about how it's been worked over. I'd like to see some evidence of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that dormer or the bay that Mickey pulled out, that doesn't even tie into the roof. That's definitely a single story. And then that
Wait,
addition off to the side.
are you parsing the photograph?
Yeah, I think that bay was a single story structure. It's definitely a gable,
I'm gonna
has
disagree
no
with that.
dormers. Mickey, if you're not on a butter, you can't speak. And that ties up and goes
Gone
up
to
to the
Linda
second
School.
floor, and it's a gambrel. So my point is, what they did is they did the addition. If you look at the drawings, that is a single story. They did a side addition entry, and then that box bay came up to the second floor and is tied in the roof. That's not tied into that roof. That's a single story gable.
I guess this stuff is also vague that I'd like to see more information,
And-
photographic.
Yeah,
information.
and Ray, we went down to the town building, and that is the best
Well,
quality.
no,
scan I
I'm
could
sorry,
get.
I'm not being clear. Not necessarily exterior photo stuff, interior photo stuff to show how it's actually framed and what made you reach the conclusions that you did on dates of certain things.
Right.
Also a view.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Up for a view. Let's see it again.
Well, we could do a view, but we're not supposed to be going inside the house. And I think going inside the house is what's going to determine, what's old and what's new.
I'm sure you looked at this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of, I like the idea of Marty taking it, but this, basically it's like a little outbuilding.
A post and a
Yeah, not much there.
thing. Mickey maybe has more information of what now we're going down.
Well, you're going off of the 38, right?
If you really look carefully at that photograph, I think you'll see two-story elements, the big shadow from the main gable. I think it's discernible that that's a two-story building. And the bay to the side ties into it. It's got a very subtle shade difference to it. But there's an angle to it that shows that it ties into a roof line.
Right.
I mean, surely we must be able to do some forensic, or you guys have done forensic
And
stuff.
I'll bring that other photograph.
Yeah,
Okay,
that would be helpful,
That would be
Joe.
super helpful.
And I would concur on the interior, and I am not seeing a gambrel though on this 38 image. And I'm not a CIA analyst, but.
No
I'm not seeing a
dormers.
gambrel there. Or the dormers, which would
Right, no
indicate, I mean,
dormers.
if you're seeing this level of shadow, you would see a shadow line on the shadow side of the dormers of the gambrel.
Correct,
And I'm not seeing that.
correct.
So-
Okay.
But the first floor could have all been there.
No, the first floor was there, but that was, they put in a new chimney. The living room area has all new milled, 1975 tongue and groove boards in the original part that we're trying to save and give to Marty. That is the original wallboard on it. It has the floorings that is original. So that, and Linda came in with me. We all went through this and did the forensics of it.
So,
So,
here.
but we shared the photographs last time, but what happened was someone remarked on the beautiful stairway, well, it was a Brosco stairway, the pull down hatches of Brosco. It's like.
Okay, we just need to see those photographs. And everything.
Again, you need to
Okay.
see them again.
Well, this is my first time sitting.
I know.
there,
Well, you were in the
so,
room.
I
Sorry.
think, could I make a motion?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion for more historic information on this
Yeah.
house because there seems to be, we need one conclusion. Otherwise, we're going back and forth.
Documentation of the interior, what type of windows are in there, that kind of thing would help us.
Yeah,
Put together a
man,
piece.
and if you can get to any framing and the roof system, anything like that is going to be really indicative.
Yeah.
We'll share it again.
All right.
Yeah.
So I think that's all covered in Abby's motion, which I'm sure you understand, Joe.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Abby has made a motion on this. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so can we track our Millbrook Road thing since we don't know exactly what's moving over there just yet?
Absolutely.
All right, so can I have a motion to track 25 Millbrook?
So moved.
Thank you.
Can we though, keep this not, I realize we're getting down to 3 weeks, but we're going to be taking a week off. So this will be a month out, and in deference to the applicant's agent who did submit these in the prior applications,
Yeah,
it's not like it's brand new information. He's already presented imagery.
okay.
I'd like to see this back in front of us in the next few weeks. Like, what was the other one we did, March 14th?
March 14th. Okay, that's fine. Abby, can you add that to your motion?
Oh, so on 9 Sherburne, yes.
Yeah, so information just would be due for a review on March 14th. So all those in favor of the revised motion, Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, there you go. Okay, so you got another one, Joe, at 9 Sherburne.
Yes, again, this is 9 Sherburne.
Oh,
Turnpike.
9 Sherburne, here we go again. Now I'm wondering whether I should be sitting on this.
Well, this one is going in whole, in entirety.
And this is not an old building, right?
This is 2000, well,
let's just go. Here, let's go.
yeah, it
Same
was,
board.
I think it was built in the 80s, renovated, moved.
1980s.
1980s, and turned into a 3-bedroom house.
Okay.
What we're going to do now is in 2 pieces, remove the front porch and that living room wart, cut that off. And it's going to be moved over to Kathleen Cranston O'Keefe's property at 8 Paul Jones Way or Road, which is in between Derrymore and Delaney. And we're gonna save it, and you'll see the plans. Nothing is changing when it gets over there
9
except for a new
Sherburne.
basement
Move off.
access. And this again will, that 9 Sherburne Turnpike will be like, hopefully 9 Sherburne Way, an open lot.
Okay.
Nothing going. in its
Thank
place.
you. Holly, you got anything on this?
Just that it's a non-contributing structure, and I'm happy to see it be reused. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mickey, anything? Okay. All right. So folks, this is a little bit more straightforward than the last one. It's not an old building and it's actually being moved. Okay, you said certain things were coming off, Joe?
They're getting added back on.
It's so that we, of course, can't take the foundation. So we are going to reconfigure the basement access
Okay.
on
but
the same
like,
side. Nothing,
that's sort of de
no
minimis.
exterior from the first and second floor
Okay.
is being changed.
Folks, what do you think?
I would motion to approve
There you go.
both of these.
I think that's a good idea. Okay, so there is a motion on the table to approve both the move off and the move on. Does anyone have any concerns about that? Otherwise, I'm going to put it to a vote. I'm going to put it to a vote. So all those in favor of Val's motion to approve the move off and the move on, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm just going to abstain.
Okay, oh, so that was 4 in favor, 1 abstention.
Mr. Chairman,
Joe, thank you.
this
Yes.
is the regular board.
Regular board.
Thank you.
On that one, yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Joe, thanks. Okay, 8 Austin Farm Road.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Abby, you abstained to both motions?
No,
Oh, good.
no, the first one I made the motion.
Hang on. No. Because they were made together, I don't think she can split it up.
Oh,
Just
that's what
abstain
I-
from both. It's
okay.
the move off, move on.
That's what I meant.
Oh,
That was
yes.
put
Oh, yeah.
together.
Sorry, Esmer. I was.
Yeah,
I'm
no, I know what you're
Thank
thinking. The other application.
texting somebody. which
Okay.
I shouldn't be doing.
All right, so is your eye around? Oh, Linda's doing it. Linda.
Go
8
easy
Austin.
on us.
Yeah, go easy on us. We've had a hard night.
That was just the one we were on. It looks exactly the same on the move on, except for the basement.
2-7.
You have a new one up there yet? Whose house? Oh, yeah, it's Nathan McMullen's house. They moved. He retired. They moved back down south
They moved.
where they're from,
What,
where he's from.
he moved?
Yeah.
No kidding.
He went back
Wow.
home, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Florida. Oh, they went further.
Wow.
He's from,
He's been around for a
he's from the
long time.
Carolinas.
Because all these pictures are. so
Now, there's the
nice.
lovely house picture up behind you there with the yellow clapboard.
I love it.
My house is like right, I could probably see it from that picture.
Oh, yeah.
It was recently sold to Chip, so this is his house now.
Okay.
And if you go down to the elevations, you'll see what they want to do to it.
Yep.
We don't often get a request to remove dormers.
Yes.
No, they're not.
There we go.
Moving windows.
No, they're removing dormers, aren't they?
Yeah, no, the dormers on the main body stay the same. We're just adding some windows and making them more concentric
Yeah,
and moving
the
the front door to
Am I
the
looking
front
at the
door.
wrong house?
No, it's.
Yeah.
I've,
You got them right above you there.
It's just a
oh my gosh,
demo Proposed.
wow. Hey, so Stephen has a different document tonight.
He does. and I don't know why, because we switched we switched them
Yeah,
out
look at
last
mine.
week.
So had you at one point removed the dormers?
Yeah, we had a whole different
Okay, so
program
he's
going
looking
on.
at
Something.
Yeah.
So if you turn around and look at the thing right behind you,
Yeah, it
that
makes
is
my
the new
neck hurt.
plan. So we're taking the clapboard off. We're making the windows a little more even. We're taking the front door, moving it to the middle. We're adding an addition, two-story addition on the right where it's a shed addition, two-story on the right now. We're boosting up the left side a little bit because there's the garage door is still going in there, right? Okay, we moved that out to the garage, actually. Which was on the original plan. The garage was going in there, but it's not now. So they've already, the Austin Farm guys have already seen it and they thought it was fine.
Oh, do they have a review?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Good
Charlie
news.
Gibson is the head of it.
Mhm.
Oh,
And so they've looked at it and they have no objection to it.
Okay.
Where the hell we are.
Oh, it's
On the curve,
Hummock Pond Road, turn on to what's Somerset? Road,
Somerset,
and then
going to
turn
the
immediately.
Homer Pond. It's right there, right at the stop sign.
It's a long windy
Yeah.
subdivision.
A lot of it's affected by wetlands except for these lots that are in this one section.
Got it. That's what Charlie
Yes,
and
Yeah.
Libby lived.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
in this
folks,
house.
what do you
Yeah.
think?
Oh, I don't know, but they live on Austin Farm Road.
They're all
I
kind
only
of
have two
this style.
comments.
Go.
On the front facade, the addition on the right seems to have a higher eve line than the main
It
body.
appears to, yes.
And
It shouldn't.
the
It doesn't.
rear has a metal roof in between the
Mhm,
flanking gables, which is probably not a good thing to start. But I think that's it.
Okay. All right, who's next?
It says copper,
I'll
actually.
go.
Yeah,
Thank you.
copper.
Yeah, definitely two-dimensional drawing, that eve line is wrong. I'm not thrilled with the 6/6 on the, I understand the dormers are existing on the main house.
Mhm.
But given that they're also proposed on the dormer, I think I think it would be more appropriate with the window style that exists to make those like a 9/6.
Are you talking about the left-hand dormer?
On the dormer, yeah, on the southwest elevation, bury that window header in the top plate. You'll get, you've got more than enough room there. And it's gonna be more in keeping with the fenestration on the rest of the structure.
We're not sure the HOA is going to approve that particular
Well,
window.
thankfully, they're
Yeah.
not elected members. who sit
Right.
here
They're not, but
because-
they won't approve that. They'll object to the whole design.
Well,
Why?
did
Yeah,
you,
well.
did you run it by them already once?
I haven't run it by them, but I did read,
Over here.
I did read their HOA requirements. I have to look back, but I'm pretty sure that they require 12 over 12.
No,
And the
but these are
dormers are
6/6.
existing 6/6.
No, the dormers of the
6/6.
garage I'm talking about.
Oh,
are
oh, oh.
proposed
6/6
is
is what they require.
6/6. And the windows the current existing are 12/12. So I would like to think that a responsible organization such as the Austin Farms Residential Architectural Review Committee would see the fact that windows that are more in keeping with the main house are better promote the character and setting of the neighborhood than introducing the 6/6.
Okay.
But that's just my humble opinion.
I think you
No,
got
on the-
a lot of
on
different
the
stuff in there.
garage. From the people from the.
On the left.
southwest.
Is
Steve,
the
you're just
garage a
talking about the
separate
dormer
structure?
on the left, right?
Yeah, from the front.
So
No, it's not.
glassed in, it looks like it was. It might be like a.
No, it's screen. It says
It's all
screen.
screen?
Yeah.
No, oh, well, that's what I thought you were talking
Yeah.
about initially.
Oh.
Yeah,
This.
yeah, bury that.
It's very
and,
complicated.
And so what type of window did you want in there?
Nine over 12, given these are all 12 over 12.
Yeah.
it looks so odd. I mean, these look odd, but at least they're on the third floor, but here. Vocabulary wise, it just doesn't.
Okay, all right. Okay, Stephen, thank you. Let's see, Diane?
I don't know, it just seems to be an awfully complicated put together and everything else for Austin Farm.
Are you looking at the right one?
I'm looking at 3D view 3.
It may be the wrong one. The first one was way too complicated.
No, I think it's this one.
Is
This is the right one.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, Diane, the 3D is up there on the
Sure.
screen.
Yeah, it's that.
All right. Anything else?
I just,
Diane?
I don't, what is the copper roof for, metal roof for?
Because it's a really shallow pitch.
It's a really shallow.
Yeah, I
patch,
can tell
whether
it's a really
copper
shallow-
or if We could do it rubber.
It can be rubber.
Well, I don't mind the copper, actually.
Okay.
I just wondered what was there.
Yeah, it's just because it's tying between the two roofs.
Where are you gonna
It's a
see
low
that
pitch.
from anyway?
Nowhere.
Yeah, you won't see it.
Yeah, nowhere.
It's set pretty far off the road too.
Okay, that it, Diane?
Yeah. that's-
All right. Thank you, Abby.
wrap around.
Yeah, I think it's successful. I think it's more successful on the right-hand side where you've gotten rid of that. You've got a forward-facing shed dormer on the right. I think that's really successful. The left-hand side, I realize why it's so, it doesn't have a lot of height because you're connecting it to something in the back, but it does look out of proportion with the rest of this sort of larger scale house. Looks, the left-hand side looks a little, doesn't look balanced to me. I don't know.
We're not really changing the left-hand side other than the front porch that goes across.
And a dormer.
It's, you have a circle dormer.
Yeah.
And the
Well,
dormer.
maybe somebody can come up with a better idea so that that doesn't seem so out of proportion.
With the dormer.
Being smaller,
more
take a window out of it, make
Maybe,
it smaller.
maybe, I don't know, but it look, do you see, you know what I mean? But it
Yeah.
looks a little, I don't,
And you go up the, go
Here's,
up,
you looking at
go up to
that?
the front.
I'm looking at the
I
drawing.
think the 3Ds are helpful.
Yeah, go up
Getting-
to the front.
Yeah, I can
That's the
see
back.
why it's happening. It's just that if you're looking at the front of the house, it would be nice, but
There it is.
see how that left-hand side looks a little squat. I don't,
It already is,
it's
yeah.
The way it is.
well, the
now.
3 dormers are new, right?
Well, the one dormer with the 3 windows, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, so that's what I'm suggesting. I don't know, maybe they could be.
We could make
less.
it smaller by one window.
Okay,
Or-
all right, stop.
Okay.
Anything else? Abby?
No, that's it.
I think it's generally fine, just cleaning up the eave line so
Yep.
that it's the way it should be, which is either at or below the existing eave. I think that's a drawing thing.
Yep.
Shows up a lot on these plans of his. That's it for me. Can we have a motion?
To hold for revisions.
Okay.
Which,
Minor,
which revisions though?
minor.
Can we do it through
Minor
staff?
And raise.
Can we do it through staff? I know that doesn't, it's not drawn right, but we'll fix that. But can we do any of this through
Um,
staff?
I don't know.
Could
What do
I
you
ask
guys think?
just a question about
Yes.
color?
Yeah.
The front facade is yellow.
It's not yellow anymore.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's
It's-
worth the
that's-
price of admission
Yeah.
for
Yes,
me.
it is.
I mean, you could do almost anything
because
if it
now it
went
doesn't
not
s-
to yellow.
The
it'd be
things that
great.
Yeah, it's not yellow anymore.
it's what is it?
It's
It's
natural
shingle.
weather cedar shakes.
Shingle.
Alrighty then.
Val, do you want to craft the motion?
Crap the motion, Val.
Sure, I can try. Oops, motion to approve through staff with the dormer windows on the garage having something more akin to the 12 over 12, maybe 8 over 8, or you said 6 over 9 or 9 over
9 over
6?
6.
9 over 6?
Just to get the same paint size.
Yeah, like that.
Okay.
And the eve,
Fix the drawing.
Oh, on the dormer.
Yeah.
Put the header into the top plate. Use the header top plate.
Yeah, my comment was for both sides,
Yeah.
right and left are both incorrect.
Okay,
Okay.
and then drop the eve line on the right, so
Yeah,
It matches.
it's correct.
Okay.
and that's a through staff, right?
And I
Ab?
think
Yeah,
that
right,
was
Val?
it, correct?
Right,
Yep.
Abby, right, Diane?
Through staff.
Okay, yeah, so that was Val's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. Now we've got the garage. Since this
Okay.
is no longer part of the garage, the garage is right now in that left-hand side. Now it's into a separate building and then there's a pool behind the whole building.
They could just.
No,
dig a
these,
hole in the wetlands.
oh, you know what? Which one's?
Any-
All right, guys, there's the garage.
This was
Pretty
the
simple.
regular board.
Oh, okay.
They were both the regular board.
Ray, Stephen,
Yep.
there's the garage. Simple.
Be abstained, correct.
This is the cabana.
No, that's the, well, the
It's a
cabana's on the
combo.
right side.
Huh?
See the pergola?
What's the drawing label is what I'm looking for, please.
It's pool
Garage.
house
Pool
garage.
house.
Okay, I don't have that. in my
Eagle.
list.
Yeah, I think,
Because it was put on the wrong thing. It said cabana, but it's actually a pool house garage. It was listed on the agenda and the original application incorrectly. It's actually a
No,
pool house
actu-
garage.
Actually, Esme has it on the 14th.
It's now correct.
okay, is everybody looking at the right drawing here? Because if so, I would like some comments. We can kind of move it along.
I'll go.
Thank you.
My only comment is the dormer on the east. East
East,
of the
Let's
garage
think about
with the,
that.
with the,
South?
it says northeast.
Northeast, the long one.
To either be made smaller or into two.
Mhm.
the only
That's it.
reason we put that there is because it's
We
not
don't need to
visible,
know.
but it's up to you guys.
Was that your only comment?
Yeah.
Val? Which I happen to agree with. Thank you. Diane, you got anything?
Yeah, I agree with what Val said.
Yeah, the dormer's overwhelming.
Yeah,
So you guys be thinking about a solution because that's going to be an issue, maybe the only issue. Abby,
Nothing to add.
I
Okay.
think bring it in another 3 feet on both sides.
Stephen?
Make them gang.
I think a change to the dormer is appropriate. Whatever works, just break it up.
Yeah,
No
I
other
think if we
comments.
leave it similar, this all the way across because of bathroom, but I think we can bring it in 3 more feet and probably reduce another window out of it. So to be 4 windows and 3 feet in on each side
So you're taking 6 feet total.
or from the edge.
It's
Yes.
only over a stair, so.
Chips, your client is shaking his head no.
Well, how far do you want me to bring it in? 1 window at least.
Okay,
Anyway,
well, I think we're all for getting rid of a window if the dormer.
I'll
gets smaller.
try.
Go.
I'd make a motion to move the dormer edges in to right next to the windows that are there
okay. and
Oh,
leave
and
the
keep
five.
the 5?
on the east.
Okay,
And then redistribute the windows to 4.
okay.
Okay, I like that.
That
So that's
works.
losing like 2 feet plus on either side. Okay, so is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, so Val's motion is to move the dormer in on the quote northeast side so that it hit the cheeks hit the windows, closest windows, which is about 2 feet plus on either side, and remove 1 window to make it 4 in the dormer and equally equally space those windows. That's Val's motion. All those in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
any opposed?
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, I just got
Yes,
a
sir.
text. The Austin Farms Architecture Review Committee is all in favor of all this.
Yeah,
I'm not sure they're watching.
the same text.
And now we
Um,
got a
Pool, let's
next.
go.
And the pool is completely hidden behind the house, so it shouldn't be too big a
That's
deal.
what they all say.
That's what they all say.
never see it.
No, it actually is behind the house and the garage. And there's still a substantial amount of screening behind it. And a green space behind it. Unbuildable.
Okay, comments from the board.
I don't think it can be seen. I'm okay with it.
No concerns.
Okay, good. Anybody? Abby's a thumbs up. Diane, anything?
No, they know that there's wetlands behind that property.
Yeah.
Yes, we know.
Yeah, we're outside the 100 foot.
Yeah, we're outside the
Okay.
100.
Okay, can we have a
Motion
motion?
approved is submitted.
Okay.
With that
Stephen?
caveat, though, about not being visible at the time of
Oh,
inspection.
that's
that's a
always
given.
on there.
Okay.
Okay, there it is. It's on.
Through staff.
Through staff. So all those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. All right.
Gonna hold Ethan's.
Yeah, he's not around, right?
It's not.
He's not. So Val, it's to you.
You guys were closing in on 2:14.
I don't think so. It's 8 o'clock. All right, so let's see. Carrie? You want to sit on these?
Sure.
108 Surfside. Let's go.
Okay.
Actually, and how about Connie? Is Connie up or Jesse? I'll let one of those guys sit.
You want to go too?
Well,
That'll
yeah,
give
we
all
can let
three.
Yeah, all three.
yeah.
alternates.
Okay, so you got that, Val?
Yeah.
You're off. Abby's off. I'm off. Diane's off. That means you only have two members. I'm kidding.
Come on, come on.
You're
This- this
no, I
poor
know,
kid
I know. I'm
needs a
sorry.
house.
I'm sorry, but Abby is off. Steven's off, which means that all three associate members are on. Okay?
Okay, that's fine.
All right, let's go.
It's pretty simple. This is Jess Davison,
108.
her mom, Linda, who we know.
Hello.
This is a house you probably, a lot you've seen when you're driving out to Surfside. It has a little cottage existing on it with a sort of a semicircle driveway, right? Kind of. Yeah. So Jess is looking to build a modular house in the back corner of this house property. It's a pretty basic box with a porch on the front, and we're trying to keep it simple, cost effective. Colors are gray trim, black sash, and a black roof. And it is, let me see, I wrote it on there, how far off the road.
Yes,
I can't even read it.
James is here. Well, after these guys, of course.
You might have to reload it.
I did. All right, well,
Well, here.
I just want to see where it is. You know what, thank you. Okay, that's great. Is this existing or?
This is
It's 100
existing. These
feet
are
off
all
the road.
already,
Oh,
This
yeah,
is
there it
existing
is.
Yeah,
cottage.
okay.
Anyway, you
Got it.
can do gray sash.
Okay.
It, instead of black.
Yeah. Black 6/6 to me just are incongruent. Just, they don't
As
seem
opposed to what,
appropriate.
like a 2/2?
Well, a 2/2 is not that appropriate on this building, but I just think a black 6/6 is just not appropriate anywhere. I know they exist, but
Gray would be okay,
Um,
she said.
I just think it would.
Love it.
More handsome.
Anything else?
It's very simple. It's straightforward. It's far enough back on the street to be almost 30 feet tall. I really don't have anything else.
Okay, so gray sash.
Yeah.
All right, Jesse?
No concerns.
No concerns, okay. Stephen?
I'm not on this one.
Diane? Anything?
No,
Okay. Okay, Connie?
No concerns. It's cute.
Okay, so we're going to approve it with gray sash, okay, folks?
yes.
I would
Right,
love that.
good,
Fine.
good. All
Yep.
right. Okay, can I have a motion?
Okay.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Sounds good. Thanks,
With
Diane.
gray
All those in,
sash.
I'm looking at
through
the garage.
staff
I'm
on the
already
gray.
next one.
Yes,
Um,
I'm sorry.
That's okay. All those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There we go. Okay, now we got a garage for same.
Same, and.
What
we'll
color's the
change
sash?
The sash to gray as well, obviously, to match. The side that faces the road is the south.
Okay.
It's pretty basic, 24 feet high. Little shed off the side.
I need to get mine up again for some reason, but comments, guys?
I'm just wondering if you can bring a little height out of it. You've got 10 feet on the first floor.
It's supposed
It
to
just
be for a boat.
seems like,
A
well,
boat.
your garage door is not 10 feet tall.
Oh,
So
good point.
how does that work? If the garage doors were taller, that would make sense.
Well, I can do that. That's obviously my mistake.
Yeah, then that should be. Because then it would read more as a boathouse, but your roof might want to expand a little too. The pent roof.
I'd like to see it come down a little bit too.
Thanks. Oh, yeah, it's kind of vertical. Okay. Do we have consensus on that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, if you want to make it a boathouse, make the doors bigger and that's fine.
Yep. and-
Yeah, that was my
and
error.
Bigger as in taller,
Taller.
which
Take
would,
that
reduce
pent roof
the
off.
sort of that gap between the garage door and the window.
Yeah, if the pent roof goes up and out a little further, I think also would help.
Like to the sides, you mean?
Mhm.
Yeah,
A little wider.
okay.
Just make
They
it
wanna go
wider.
up, they'd have to get
Okay.
rid of that.
So what do we think? Should we do that through staff or we want to
Yeah.
see revisions on it?
Yeah, that side is facing the driveway. It's not facing the road.
The side that faces the road has a shed on it.
Yeah.
Which is,
Yeah.
That, yeah.
good.
Yeah.
I think we can do it through staff.
Okay, you want to give it a try?
Do you need
Yeah.
9-foot doors or 9.5 or what?
Is that gonna bring the? is that
Does
gonna
does
bring
your
the
boat
rocket
have a
ship
flying
down?
bridge on it?
It-
Oh, see there.
It'll
it
make
needs to be at
things more,
least
it's not
50
gonna
feet
bring
high.
the rocket ship
thank you.
down. But, and then the pent roof to expand out, probably just as much as the height you're adding, go out on either side. That make sense?
Yeah, kind of bring it up to the, where the other one meets, right?
Yeah, close.
Well, one of you guys can look at it through staff.
Why don't you just give them the option of height
Yeah.
through staff?
Okay,
That's a good idea.
okay.
I'm not sitting on this one, just.
Oh,
If you
that's
could come down a foot, it would be.
We're gonna make a motion.
Somebody make a motion for me.
Motion to approve
Sorry.
through staff with raising the pent roof. As, sorry, to the height of the shed roof. And have the doors, garage doors follow.
Get
Increases.
taller.
Yes, follow in height.
Right. Okay.
Sufficiently ambiguous.
Yeah, the opening.
Yeah, I think that'll get us to where we
That's
want.
perfect.
Well, Carrie, is that going to muster with you?
Yeah, no, I just think that proportion will help it be
Okay.
what it wants to be.
I do agree with that.
10-foot ceilings.
Okay, so that is Jesse's motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, there you go.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
All right, night, night.
Right.
All right, let's see what more we can cover
Fawn
here.
Lane, where's Fawn Lane?
Is Brooke here?
Do we want to take up?
Oh.
2, Howard?
Yes, we're going to.
Or is it 3, Howard?
What are we taking?
This
out?
is, we're
Is
going
that, are you
Back to
writing it?
Woodbury.
Woodbury, 9 Woodbury Lane.
Oh,
Hi there.
We did, but
You know, no, sorry, friend. You're gonna have to wait a little while. Because James, are you there?
Yes, I am. Do you guys hear me?
All right, so we got, yeah, and so we got an established board on this. Myself, and there's two applications, one for you and one for the landscape. So myself,
says new
Stephen,
dwelling, but it should be
Abby,
landscape.
Val, Jesse. Okay, let's go.
Thank you guys for accommodating my schedule. Sorry, I've been in transit for the evening. So we've made some fairly dramatic changes to portions of the project. And we've also done a pretty extensive study of the neighborhood to understand just garages and typology much better in the neighborhood. It's far more varied than I think everybody thinks. But just to speak to the architecture first and foremost, first changes that we made, we originally had 2/2 black windows, ostensibly natural to weather with Nantucket gray. We've changed everything to Quaker gray on Quaker gray with 6/1 windows on the bulk, 6/6 in the front. There will be comments related to that forthcoming. And we also changed all of our doors to 15 lights. So much more traditional glazing on the property. In addition, we also increased the massing. Everyone kind of said the windows were a little too squat. So all of their proportions have been increased to just make a better facade in general in all elevations. We took the northern or the northeastern wing, which houses the garage. We've broken that mass down, added a dormer to it, and added a much more traditional door. Additionally, we removed what was a small shed roof porch and replaced it with a portico, which is more in keeping with a couple other properties in the neighborhood, 9 Barnabas, for example, and some others. And then we also pulled the chimney inboard in the rear so that it's no longer sticking on the back of the mast. You can see that on the cloud in the elevation. And then subsequent changes to reducing roof heights in the middle mass in order to bring things down as we move to the back. And then subsequently some glazing changes as we change the dormers and change the roof lines a little bit. So that's the general changes that we made to this property. And we look forward to your comments related to it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank
Let's
you.
see, Holly, got anything?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as previously mentioned, this is within the Woodbury subdivision. The previous structure on the lot was built in 1988. It was a federal style 5-bay with a central chimney. This is to replace the structure that was that basically exploded in 2020. So it's a replacement. And Woodbury subdivision is a representative of architecture post 1955 within our an NHL update, reminiscent obviously of Nantucket Quaker and typical Nantuckets. Appreciate the change of windows to 6/1 or 6/6, but not both. If this was in a location on island that had some quirky fenestration, then maybe that would be the case, but one or the other would be sufficient. The dwelling does not accurately follow building with Nantucket in mind with appropriate additive massing. There should be subordinate masses, not just the rear, but that middle mass as well. Per page 105 of building with Nantucket in mind, quote, attached garages should appear as an addition, preferably accessible from the side or rear, end quote. The flush dormer above the garage is odd. Didn't really want to say not appropriate, but it's odd. And on the west, the space between the main and middle mass is also odd. The 12 light door is also inappropriate, needs kick panel. And obviously the fenestration to be consistent. Appreciate moving that end chimney on the rear inward. And I believe those were my comments. I know HSAG has some comments as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ollie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the height of the building is over 30 feet from grade. This could be lowered by reducing the first floor ceiling height or reducing the depth of the main gable. The west elevation, which you're looking mostly at there, shows a very deep gable, 31 feet long. This is unusually deep for this style house in the OHD. It should be reduced by 5 or 6 feet to bring it into proper scale. Shortening that wall will fix the inappropriate collection of windows. There's a assortment of windows on that gable, on that facade. The attached garage on the front of the building, you could go to that elevation. The attached garage is really inappropriate in the OHD. A garage should be a separate structure and set behind the house. The front door surround projects out a couple of feet with with a flat roof and columns. This should be removed and replaced with just a traditional flush front door surround. The multiple sets of French doors on the rear side and the second floor deck may be visible from Woodbury Lane. These should be removed until it's proven that they're not visible. There should be a large chimney on the main mass, and the French doors should have kick panels. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay,
Through the chairman, can I ask a quick question?
of whom?
Am I able to speak to public comments or do I have to wait for the board first? Just asking for order of operations.
You're gonna wait for the board comments.
Noted, thank you.
Okay. Okay, who wants to start?
I will.
Thanks.
Did we approve the little structure in the back to go away? I thought there was already.
Yes, you did.
A garage on there, okay. I drove through there today and what really resonated with me was there is plenty of garages, but they are all separated from the house, not attached. I don't find 30 feet horrible in there because I feel like a lot of the buildings are 30 feet, but I do agree that the windows should probably be 6/6 and the massing needs to change a little bit. The main mass and then the secondary mass knit together by this little narrow connector with doors on either side is a little bit unusual. I appreciate the chimney going in and I think the thing with the dormer on the front south elevation is that maybe the sides need to come in to right next to the window as opposed to having that extra space there. And the trim around the doors needs a little bit more beef. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Val. Abby, you ready?
Sure. Yeah, I think the garage on the front of the house is, it's just making this main mass on the road look just sort of lot line to lot line. And I think that's unfortunate. I don't know what to do about the garage. Maybe you don't have a garage. But I think the massing on the the west side, where you have, I mean, this application has a very modern feel to it that Woodbury is not. Woodbury is trying to be a historic rendition of old Nantucket. This looks very modern, and I don't think it fits in, especially, and I think it's the massing that's sort of killing it. If the massing could be smaller and separated by more space, but that west side just that's a tough one. It may be that you're just trying to cram too much onto this site, and maybe if you didn't ask so much of yourself and just sort of calm down and made a simpler agenda, you would be more successful.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Let's see. Stephen, you ready?
Yeah, bear with me, I'm having some tablet
Do you want me to go to Jesse?
difficulties.
Okay.
Carrie just
Oh, she got you.
generously.
Got you covered.
So from the front elevation, yeah, garage has got to take a hike. as
Thank you,
connected.
John.
I thought I'd throw John.
Yeah.
as a connected element. I don't think it's appropriate in this setting. And I realize that that's disguising a mass that's part of the primary structure behind it. But I think, or, just don't make it a garage, make it part of the house. It's not the mass itself, to my mind, that's inappropriate. It's the fact that it's got garage doors on it, and then the fenestration. The east elevation, I think just a typical T, you've got height on that connector piece. You could go up, you could turn it into a dormer, extend it back, turn it into a dormer area where you've got the gable facing the east. Just as an example of a more traditional look. On the north, I don't have any concerns, material concerns. On the west, one of this is that it is very long. Let me rephrase that. It's 8:19, and I'm losing some steam here. The primary mass gable is pretty wide. But I believe that if you were to use an L here, you could address that, or nearly an L. And picking up on my comments about the connector on the east elevation and turning that into a traditional T. It looks like on this side, I don't know where you are, I'm not looking at the site plan. Yeah, I mean, this could be an L. You could pick up traditional roof lines and dormer and fenestration without the cross gable there, and it will quiet this elevation. And you might be able to lose a little bit of the primary mass into the L extending out flush. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Jesse, your turn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of agree with the board. For me, I look at it from the site plan standpoint, and it's an overall, outside of the garage being not typical. It's an overall nice design. I know what last time we asked if you could make it look more in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood by making it more historic looking. And you did do some of those things with the doors and the trim detail. But I think the overall problem here is you're maxing out everything on the lot, and things just if you bring everything in just a little bit, including the landscape, I think that would make it much more successful.
Thanks, Jesse. I'll limit my comments to the south elevation. That being arguably the most important one. The garage doors, no. I think the last time we spoke about putting pilasters on, pilaster-esque corner boards on the main mass to make it more federal style. And to that, I would also like the portico to be bigger. It's like way too small right now. It doesn't have enough force. The columns are very long and skinny, unarticulated. And it's also not very deep. It's like 2 feet deep. So it's sort of like not quite a portico yet and still maybe a frontispiece. So those are my comments.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Yeah. Okay. So all those in favor of Stephen's motion to hold for some revisions, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we're going to move.
Could I have a quick clarification? Just based upon Ray, I want to ask your last comment. When you say garage doors on the front, you don't like those garage doors, or it's the comment about the garage in
I
general?
do not like them. I think that's maybe a majority
Yeah.
view.
The door
Understood.
versus the
Yeah,
mat.
I mean, next door.
No,
there is an
I don't
attached
like the
garage,
fact
but-
that the garage doors it looks, I wish there were a better term, but then suburban, but suburban,
that's a
like
fine, I
split-level
understand that.
house with the garage sitting, the kitchenette sitting above the garage.
Understood.
That's what I'm after. Okay, so.
Oh, motion to hold for.
We actually have.
revisions. We have that.
We did that already. So
Thank you.
now,
Appreciate it.
do we want to move forward with the landscape?
We better wait in case he changes the massing.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Lindsay, I know you've been on there, but we're gonna have the landscaping to track, okay?
Okay, yeah, no worries.
Can I have a motion on that?
That's my motion.
All right, everybody, all in favor of Abby's motion to have the landscape track? Say aye. There we go. Any opposed? All right, Brooke, 13 Fawn.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Do we want to give him the option to go back to Howard Court was pulled off consent? You want it?
Say what?
What?
Oh, yeah.
So you got an option. 7 minutes, which one do you want?
Well, I think that we could do both.
Well, there you go.
All right, Howard Court. Go back to the consent. Now, what was the issue there? I can't remember.
The shed on the front of the house.
Yes.
And I thought I was looking at this.
Yeah, no, that's right. I do remember.
Kinda big.
Yeah, okay.
That was in
So-
consent, right?
You missed all the fireworks. We had to, we were all at each other because Abby put this thing on consent. Abby.
She's up on the board. What do you got, Brooke?
All right, so now that you're here, the board, and I guess it will be the regular board, will deliberate on this addition on the front of this building, right there. So, do you have anything you want to say?
Not really,
Good.
because I haven't heard any of your
Holly.
comments.
Oh, actually, I bet you don't have comments because it was consented.
You got it.
Mickey, anything?
We raised this issue and I just think that we felt.
Oh,
that
that's
it-
right. You did raise the
It
issue.
was sort of an odd shed structure facing the street. It's kind of a side addition type of an element, not a front
Yeah.
forward addition. I get the-
Yeah.
I get the need for the room, but maybe it's just not the appropriate place for it.
Thank you for reminding us. Yes, Mickey. All right, so
I'd like to comment.
go.
I think it's more for me, it's maybe not the appropriate roof selection. So if that were,
You mean roof type?
yeah, that was a hip
Oh.
gable, that would change the presentation or something along those lines.
Yeah, I don't think a gable would work either. I think it would,
Yeah, can we see the elevate? Can I see can we get rid of the people? No offense to any all, but you're just in the way. I don't know. I think you could do a hip gable. Boom, done.
you mean just a straight hip?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, the rest of the roofs are hips.
and it splits I mean, it might be a little longish if you're looking at the north
Right.
and the south, but I think it just will look more
Yeah.
appropriate. So just a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I think it's the proportion. It's narrow and then wide.
Mhm.
If it got pushed back so that it was maybe no farther ahead than what is that called in front there?
The
The
arbor.
atypical pergola, yeah.
pergola. It would need to come back a couple feet to do that.
And then also it's bumped in a foot. That's a little bit unusual too.
You mean from the side?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was to articulate so that it wouldn't read as a huge shingled wall.
My problem now, I guess we're all just yelling out stuff, so.
we are.
I think now we're missing that left side of that main mass and it's the front of the building. And I think if we were to see that corner board come down and then you could have something like you've proposed. But I think that it just looks pasted on, like right on top instead of being incorporated in.
All right.
Thank you. Diane, anything?
No, they said everything that I,
Okay. Val, did you say anything?
Yeah, I just said the proportion I thought was odd.
Yeah. Ah, gosh, I think no solution is coming immediately to mind. The closest I got was the hipped roof, which is, is kind of more in keeping with vocabulary of the building. And the idea, I believe, was Val's of pushing it back such that it was no further out than the pergola, which would mean losing 2 feet out of the room.
Yeah, but it's still work.
Well, it's an office.
Well,
You want to kick it around or you want us to try something?
Oh, you can't move it out. There's a property line there.
Yeah.
Setback.
yeah, I think we could probably
8 or 10 feet.
pull it in, maybe 1.5 feet. I mean, it's currently
Okay.
proposed at 13
But
feet.
are we comfortable doing, like, if we did go with a hip roof on this, are we comfortable doing it through staff before we go down the primrose path?
I am. I think that cutting it back a little bit, even if it's a foot or more to the pergola is fine, and then the hip.
I can't envision it though. I'm struggling.
Okay, I think that's a motion.
So it would be like it was a gable forward on the east elevation, but then go ahead and clip the gable off to look like the rest of the main roof
What?
where the dormer is.
Yeah,
What are we talking about?
I think it would be easier to see.
If this
it.
were just a hip,
But we don't know.
this
what do
was a
you- what do you
hip,
pro-
she said she couldn't visualize it.
What do you
Oh,
want
So I was
to,
just explaining like
oh,
two-step.
oh, oh.
is it a bathroom or, I mean, what is
It's
it?
an office.
It's an office.
Oh,
I mean,
It's-
I
it's
think
an
that they
office for a
wanted to
very
have
long,
a,
narrow
yeah,
person.
I think that they do want to be able to maybe put a trundle bed in there
Mm.
as well.
Val, it would look like, on the east elevation, it would look like the main roof, but without the dormer. Instead of a shed forward.
Yeah.
And then from the side, you would see the hip going back towards the main house and then the ridge line.
So, Steve, may I speak or
What?
through the chair?
It's okay,
Um,
go.
So rather than having a V-shaped hip facing the street, what about if I just have a one hip that goes up into the corner where the two masses meet?
Yeah.
So that it'll look like a return porch, just that it sticks out a little bit more than what's there.
Are you suggesting, we're getting a little granular here. Are you saying where it hits the pergola that it would still be flat, that it wouldn't hit back?
Yeah, we have to.
I can't see
And then you're
it.
gonna have an elongated
Yeah.
roof plane where all these are all very symmetrical.
No, because it crosses over. It transgresses this line.
Yeah.
Well, this will still be, that's still a rake that's up above.
And this goes like this.
Why don't we leave it for him to?
Yeah, that comes out.
I think
So
the
we can
other
either
issue.
motion for revisions or motion for the one that we know the roof lines
No,
were.
motion for revisions.
Okay,
Okay, all right,
It's the
so,
hip
motion
will
for
be
minor revisions.
yeah.
Really
okay,
shallow.
Whose motion was that?
Valves.
Val has made a motion for some minor revisions. On that motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, sorry, Brooke. And we're over. So that's the end of our show for
Oh, I
tonight,
thought we were
folks.
gonna do fun. No, okay.
Do what?
Fawn Lane,
It's 8:30.
invisible pool.
It's a pool.
It was a spa, now it's a pool, but you can't see it.
Oh, I was gonna put that on consent.
Were you?
Yeah, it wasn't my turn, but I
Should
looked at
we,
it.
should we,
I would motion to.
I
approve as
totally
submitted.
think that's consentable.
I motion to
Okay.
approve as submitted.
okay, I'm gonna trust you guys. So regular board, just to be clear, there's a motion, I believe, from Stephen to approve the pool at Fawn Lane.
Where is Fog Lane?
Oh, I
Off
wasn't-
of Old South, Holgate property.
Oh,
Oh, of course it is.
Should we?
okay, so, yeah, I know the one. So, all those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve the pool as submitted?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There we
I'll
go.
abstain.
As wants
Oh.
the minutes approved.
Yeah, we'll get those right now.
Thank you.
Okay, so you got one victory. Brooke.
Oh, that place.
Okay, so, yeah.
When's our next meeting?
Just a friendly reminder, we do have a special joint meeting on Thursday with the
Yeah,
HDC
this-
slash OFC this Thursday at 2 PM.
2
PM.
Yeah,
2 PM.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
And we do not have a HDC meeting next week. The next regular HDC meeting will be March 7th. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Esme, for that. I was going to ask about Thursday.
Do you want to sign for that?
It's
form?
not, yeah, because it's school break next week.
Yeah. Read some of
But
that.
the Thursday thing should be relatively short, I think.
I hope.
On the-
I hope.
on the
All right, good night, all.
turbine.
Good night. Hey, whoa, we're going to approve some minutes so some people stick around. The quorum needs to stick around.
Look on
Yeah,
Facebook. And it was today.
Okay.
And if not, it's.
Where are the minutes?
Email. At least my email.
Oh, okay. I haven't gotten any.
As you what minutes?
She went on and on.
I can't find it on my-
January 31st and February
That's when
2nd.
she said to join
January
you.
31st and January 2nd.
Yeah, February 2nd.
February 2nd. sorry.
January 31st, February 2nd. Can somebody make a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. That was for minutes,
Oh, yes.
January 31st, February 2nd. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay, so that's 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Oh, yeah, right. Thanks, John. All those in favor say aye.
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 I'm sure I